Sorry, I was having some issues with the going live, but it's loading now.
Oh, you can hear me or not?
Here. Are we?
Yeah, I'm gonna call in. I can't hear anybody.
Okay, we are live on YouTube now.
Okay, everybody's coming in garbled, so I'm gonna call in. You'll just give me a moment.
Okay. I need a motion and a second to join the to reconvene the public meeting. Can everyone hear me?
Motion.
Second.
Okay. Jesse, can you do the Pledge of Allegiance and the roll call, please?
Yes, but I think your microphone's on both locations, so if you could just one of them.
Oh, let me turn that one off then. Hold on.
Okay, but
Okay, good.
yes, better.
All right, great.
So I pledge allegiance.
That's so I could see who's speaking.
Yeah. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you, Jesse.
You're welcome.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can hear.
Okay. All right, Jesse, will you call the roll?
Monica,
Here.
Mr. Washaw,
Yeah.
Mrs. Augulus. I'm sorry, Ms. Augulus, could you just repeat yourself?
Mylene? It's really bad connections tonight. Mylene?
She just dropped.
Okay. I'm sure she'll call back in. You can continue on, Jesse.
Ms. Kennedy,
Present.
Mrs. Napolitano-Furno,
Present.
and then for administration, Mr. Middleman,
Present.
Ms. Villarreal,
Present.
Dr. Adams,
Present.
and then I do believe we have Brian Giardi and Gary Stefanetta from Gercio and Gercio.
Present.
Okay.
And then Ms. Augulus, are you back in?
I still can't hear Mylene.
Hello,
Oh, there she is. Mylene is here.
Eileen. You didn't get an all in. We have to do that over again.
To reconvene that's not on my cheat sheet.
Yeah, I don't think there was an all in favor.
No, there wasn't. Okay, the motion and a second. We got all in favor to call to order the Connect Quiet Board of Education meeting. Aye.
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 Okay. And now we're going to go past that. And we're up to D, changes to the meeting agenda. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Linda, is this where we are going to take off that section, or do we do that as amended?
No, you're
When
ready
we get to that section.
off, so you'll just, when you get to that section, you'll say as amended.
And that's the H, no, not H.
It's 4H of Personnel Matters Schedule 2.
Okay. All right. Okay. I have a question on the minutes of the Board of Education. Why are we redoing these when we already did them at the last meeting?
Those minutes weren't attached at the last meeting.
The June 18th ones weren't done on June 29th or
June-
July 7th?
June 16th was?
Oh, not these two?
Correct.
Okay. Can I have a motion and a second to accept the minutes of the June 18th, 2020 certification of the annual meeting, the June 29th, 2020 special meeting, and the July 7th, 2020 reorg meeting?
Motion.
I'll make a motion, Lee.
Lee
Second,
motions,
Jackie.
Mylan seconds. And all in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay. I need to make a motion and a second to suspend the planning business meeting for the audit committee meeting.
Motion by Lee.
Have a motion? Motion by Lee.
I'll second.
Second.
Mark seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Lee, I need you?
Aye, yes.
Okay, and I'm an aye as well. I need a motion and a second to call the audit committee.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, and I'm an aye as well. Okay, there are our auditors in the meeting.
Yes,
You have the floor.
thank you very much. My name is Bill Otteson. I'm an audit manager with Cullen Danowski, and we're the district's external auditors. Tonight, I'd just like to go over the audit, the current year's audit, a little background on our objectives, the engagement, our responsibilities, the district's responsibilities. I provided a handout to the district a couple days ago, and I'll just be going through that this evening. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to stop me and ask away. The objective of our engagement is to express an opinion about whether the financial statements prepared by the district are fairly presented in all material respects in conformity with accounting principles generally accepted in the United States of America. We are also going to report on the district's internal controls over financial reporting and compliance with laws and regulations and provisions of contracts and grant agreements in accordance with U.S. Government Accountability Office government auditing standards. And we will also express an opinion on the extra classroom activity funds of the district. Those financial statements are prepared on the cash basis of accounting. In addition, we will prepare a federal single audit. A federal single audit is required when total federal awards expended by the district in a fiscal year exceed $750,000 or more. Along with that federal single audit report, there will be a report on the district's compliance with requirements applicable to each major federal program and on the district's internal controls over compliance and opinion, and an opinion on the schedule of expenditures of federal awards in accordance with the Single Audit Act and OMB uniform guidance. Now, the district will be required to have a federal single audit since the district typically expends federal awards in excess of $750,000. As far as engagement, the audit engagement is designed to obtain reasonable rather than absolute assurance about whether the financial statements are free of material misstatement, whether caused by error or fraud. An audit is not designed to provide assurance on the district's internal controls or deficiencies in internal controls, and it is not designed to detect immaterial errors or fraud. The audit includes examining on a test basis evidence supporting the amounts and disclosures in the financial statements. The audit does not include a detailed examination of all transactions. The auditor's responsibilities are we are responsible for conducting the audit in accordance with professional standards. Those are generally accepted auditing standards, as well as government auditing standards and standards under the Federal Single Audit Act and OMB uniform guidance. We are also responsible for communicating significant matters related to the audit to those charged with governments, that's the Board of Education, and as well as maintaining independence and an attitude of professional skepticism throughout the audit. As far as what the district's responsible for, the district's management is responsible for the annual audit, the annual financial statements and accompanying information, overseeing any non-audit services provided by the auditors, for example, the preparation of the financial statements. We, as part of our audit engagement, we assist the district in preparing the financial statements. The district is also responsible for the adoption of proper accounting policies and establishing and maintaining effective internal controls over compliance with applicable laws, regulations, contracts, agreements, and grants, as well as financial reporting and the prevention and detection of fraud. The district is also responsible to disclose to the auditor significant deficiencies in internal control and any knowledge of fraud or allegations of fraud. The district is responsible for making all financial records and related information available to the auditors, as well as providing unrestricted access to district personnel from whom we may obtain audit evidence. The district is also responsible for adjusting financial records to correct any material misstatements if identified during the audit. And at the end of the audit, providing the auditor with a management representation letter confirming certain representations were made during the audit process. We must receive this letter before we can release the audit reports. As far as the audit methodology and approach, we do audit planning and risk assessment. Now, what that means is we obtain an understanding of the district and related risk areas. We accomplish this through interviewing district personnel, review internal auditors' reports and findings, also reviewing internal claims auditors' reports. We may also review audit reports and communications related to audits from the feds, the state, or other agencies. We'll also review the minutes of board education meetings, and we'll contact and interview the internal auditor and claims auditor. We will also evaluate and test key control areas for compliance and effectiveness. Once we gain an understanding of those controls, we'll then evaluate and test the key areas that we feel will help us in our audit. Some of those areas will involve payroll, purchasing and cash disbursements, cash receipts and collections, the accounting information system, the bank reconciliations, and journal entries and budget transfers. We will then also perform substantive testing. We will perform substantive audit procedures on critical audit areas. We'll identify significant account balances and non-routine transactions. Some of those audit areas will include payroll and related liabilities, revenue recognition and receivables, some restricted reserve activities, the district's capital projects expenditures, the district's capital assets inventory reports, as well as calculation and presentation of the long-term liabilities, including compensated absences, the OPEB liabilities, financing debt and pension liabilities, including third-party reporting of the OPEB actuarial evaluation, and the teachers' retirement and local employees' retirement system actuarial evaluations. Upon completion of our audit, we will assist the district with the preparation of the financial statements and disclosures once all information is available. Then we will present draft audit reports and various required communications that also includes the management letter, as well as the governance communication and internal related deficiency letters, if applicable, to the Board of Education. And then we'll issue our final audit reports to the district, as well as prepare the electronic submission to the Office of the State Controller. And then later on, we will then issue the federal single audit reports by March 2021, which is the due date for the federal single audit. As far as the timetable goes for the audit, we began our audit planning and risk assessment phase during the week of June 8th, and that's an ongoing process. We're still doing that now. And we expect to start the substantive testing and completion phase of the audit during the week of August 17th. Once the district has the books closed, then we'll come in and start doing that work. We expect to issue the final audit reports during October of 2020. And as I said before, the single audit will be completed by the March 2021 deadline. As far as who is the audit team? The audit team involves Jill Sanders. She's been the partner on the engagement for a number of years. I will be the audit manager on the team. I've been with the firm for 23 years and working on this engagement for a number of years, probably close to 10 at this point. There will also be a senior accountant, a senior auditor on the engagement, Samantha Castano. She's been with the firm over 20 years and has significant audit experience. And then Brittany will be the staff accountant on the engagement. She's been with the firm now, I believe, 3 or 4 years. That kind of wraps up the audit engagement. That kind of just gives a little background. As far as any recent developments, audit recent developments, GASB is issuing 2 statements that will affect the district. GASB statement number 84, which involves the fiduciary activities, that will not be effective for this year's audit due to COVID-19. All of the upcoming GASB statements were giving a 1-year delay in implementation. So that will now be implemented during the 2020-2021 fiscal year. And that has to do with reporting fiduciary activities and some differences in how that reporting will take place. Then also upcoming in the 2021-2022 fiscal year will be GASB statement number 87, leases. And that essentially is GASB establishing a single model for lease accounting based on the principle that leases are financings and of the right to use an underlying asset. And that'll change some of the reporting as far as leases goes. Does anyone have any questions on anything?
No, this is kind of the same. I don't have any questions. This is kind of the same as last year.
Yeah, it's not much different. Nothing significant has really changed from last year.
I'll have questions when you finish the audit.
Okay, absolutely. We'll answer anything you have.
All righty. Does anyone else have any questions? Any other board members?
No.
Okay. So
No,
then at
thank
this
you.
time, thank you for coming and presenting that to us.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, and at this time, I need a motion and a second to adjourn the audit committee meeting.
By Lee.
Okay, and I need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 I didn't hear Lee.
Sorry.
Lee, you're an aye? Lee is very,
Yes.
you're very, I'm hearing a lot of static when you come on. Could just be me. Okay, and I'm an aye for that too.
I gotta be careful, my Wi-Fi is giving me problems.
Yeah, mine too. Mine's out, so that's why I'm on the phone. Lee, do you have the phone number to call in case you do lose your Wi-Fi? I think the weather is affecting everybody right now.
You're breaking up now.
Okay, Jesse, make sure that Lee has the phone number because our Wi-Fi seems to be disconnecting.
She does. I texted it to her earlier, but if she needs me to email it or anything.
Okay. Maybe you want to text her and tell her to call in because she's very staticky. Or is it just me hearing her that way?
I'm gonna go off and come back on, see if it comes any better.
Okay. All right. We're going to move on then.
All right.
All right. The next item, did I do the motion and second to reconvene the planning business meeting?
I think you need to motion for that.
Okay. I need a motion and a second to reconvene the planning business meeting.
Motion.
Motion by Jackie.
Mylene will second, right?
Yes.
Okay. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mark? Mark? Do we lose Mark? I think we lost Mark, so I'm an aye. That's three of us. We can move forward. Jesse, did we lose Mark as well as Lee?
I'm right here.
Okay, so Mark, are you an aye to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. The next item up is new business discussion items. There are 6 items for discussion. I'm going to ask everyone that presents to please keep it between 10 and 15 minutes so that the board has time for questions and this meeting doesn't last till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. First up is the district-wide emergency plan by Don Flynn. Is he in the room?
Yes, I am.
All right, Don, you're up. Thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right. I'm going to keep it 5 minutes. First of all, I just wanted to let everybody know this is just a recapitulation of what we do every year. The district-wide safety plan is different in that it's a public document. It's different than the building level plan. So the building level plan is a confidential in nature and not to be disclosed to the public. So the district-wide safety committee, I want to acknowledge them because it's been a challenge this year with everything else going on. But accolades to the district, we were able to get 25 members of the committee together on July 16th. On July 16th, Thursday. It's supposed to be an hour meeting. It went for almost 2 hours. Again, a lot of credit to all the administrators and committee members that gave their input. As I said, better part of 2 hours. As of tomorrow, the board will have the document in hand, and basically, what begins tomorrow is the 30-day comment period. So we've got 30 days to relook at the plan. As this plan, as every other plan that we do in the district, they're always fluid. So they're never finished. We're always tweaking, and obviously based upon what the district is doing at this point in time, as far as a reopening plan, and the governor's comment on that, and what happens between now and September, it'll continue to be very fluid. Again, I just want to acknowledge that this year, many school districts are adding pandemic planning into their emergency management plan. We had that in our plan last year. What we did, we looked at it again this year, obviously made a number of changes. Again, acknowledgement to many administrators who FEMA certified now, IS 520, which is pandemic planning, helps us tremendously as far as moving forward. So besides the district-wide emergency management plan, we're also working on our quick guide, which every staff member in the district gets, and that will be done within the next couple of weeks. So as I mentioned earlier, effective tomorrow, when the board has the document, we're looking at, I think you have a meeting around August 25th comment period on August 25th. And then at that point in time, depending upon the questions and the changes that we've all made to the plans, we're asked the board to adopt the plan at that point in time. We've always made it a goal of ours to make sure our plan is ready to go by the time the doors open to school, although it's not due by state law until October 1st. We've always been ahead of the game, and that's our goal this year, not to let the current situation impact on making sure our emergency management plans during pandemic are fully ready to go. So again, I said I'd keep it to 5 minutes because I know you have a lot of critical pieces on there. But I'll be back to the board, I believe, on August 25th for a comment period. I'll make sure you have the plans in hand tomorrow. And any questions, comments?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Anyone else?
Don, would that
Thank
be
you, Don.
Don, would that be delivered to our homes?
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
quite welcome.
Hey, Don, your shirt is as white as your earplugs.
I don't know how to respond to that one.
All right.
All right, have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Don. Thank you so much for coming in and talking to us.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. All right. The next up for discussion is the draft reopening plan. Before we do that, though, Linda, maybe we should do the number 4 and 5. And because I think the reopening plan is going to be a longer discussion. Am I correct?
Yeah, the survey is just a bunch of slides showing what percentage of parents answered certain ways.
Okay. Can we just post that on the website, or do we need to have a discussion on that?
I just was going to present it to the board. We can just post it. If you don't want it presented, that's fine.
Well, there's just a lot on there. I mean, that's my opinion. I don't know what the other board members think.
I personally would like to hear the survey results in public.
Okay. All right, then, you know what? Then we don't even need 3. It's all in there. Linda, you want to do that one first? And then we'll do 4 and 5 and then go back to 2?
It's fine with me.
No, that's the emergency plan. There's no discussion on that tonight.
What? Lee, I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
There's no discussion on 2. We just have to bring that home and read it.
Eileen, I think that everybody's really just waiting to hear about our plans for the preschool opening. If we're really being honest, I think the community,
Well, no,
that's what
Jackie,
they're all waiting.
there's a lot of parents that are looking for the athletic fields. And there's a lot, all these
Absolutely
discussions
true.
everybody's listening for. All right, I mean, Linda, just do the district results first, because you said that's going to be quick, and then we'll go into the other 3. How's that?
Okay, well, Jessie's going to share her screen with everyone so that the community can see where we are.
I don't have internet. Yeah.
So a few weeks ago, we sent out a survey link. Well, actually, let me walk that back a little even further. We had about 500 stakeholders put themselves on community committees to discuss different things that we wanted to see moving forward. We had 6 committees. We had health and safety, the elementary curriculum committee, the secondary curriculum committee, the transportation committee, the mental health committee, and the technology committee. At the end of those committees, and they met multiple times and discussed looking backwards and moving forward, they were asked to create questions to go out to the community at large as to what the thinking was on reopening. So we sent that out a few weeks ago. If we can move forward one, we had 2,796 participants. You can see by the chart that every school was actually had many parents who put in for the survey. And you'll see the yellow bar is the amount of folks who participated, and the orange bar is the actual enrollment of kids in that building. So we actually had a very good showing of our parents across their answering of that survey. On the next slide, The question that was asked was if schools were to reopen in September with
You have to hold the set button and it's working. You did it?
with appropriate safety enhancements such as social distancing following CDC guidelines, would you send your child or children back to school? So this would be the next slide. On that next slide, there was 67.7% of the parents said yes, they would send their children back to school. 23.8% said maybe. Most of those maybes were contingent on what the plan would look like and if they felt it was safe, and 8.5% said that they would not send their children back to school. The next slide talked about in-person instruction. We asked about a patterning of knowing that we could not come back full-time right now and have every child safely socially distanced in a classroom. What would be the pattern that would be the best for our families? And 43% said alternate days, A days, B days would be the best for them as a family. 29.7% alternate weeks and 27.3% AM and PM instruction. So every child in every day, but some of them in half day in AM, some of them in half day in PM. So the largest group of parents said that A day, B day, alternate days would work the best. The next question was transportation. If schools were to be reopened in September with appropriate safety enhancements, would you use transportation? 61.8% of the families said yes. 20.9% said maybe. Once again, that was contingent on the plan and what that would look like for the safety and social distancing, and 17.4% said no. The largest majority of 17.4 said that they would transport their child themselves to the district. On the next slide, we asked that it had been confirmed even before this that students would need to wear acceptable face coverings at all time on school buses. And we asked parents if they would prefer to provide their child with a face covering or have the district provide it. Overwhelmingly, 91.5% said that they would prefer to provide their child's face covering. Then we started to delve into curriculum instruction. We were talking about conducting remote learning, and if we were in remote learning, whether it was A day, B day, or if we were closed completely and going to remote learning for the entire district. We asked for both elementary and secondary for what would be the most important for their continuing education. And it was just overwhelmingly the most important that there would be some kind of synchronous instruction. We did talk about synchronous small group instruction as being one of the things that was most important. That came out of the curriculum instruction committee, and that was the way the question was phrased. Moving into the next curriculum instruction question, if we were conducting remote learning, how important would a uniform school assignment posting time be? And for the secondary, 53.5% of the families said it would be very important. For the elementary, it was 38.7%. Next question was, how important would it be for a school-wide schedule for students to complete daily work and assignments? Again, secondary, 52% said it was very important, and 41% of the elementary parents said it would be very important. The mental health committee provided quite a few questions so that we could begin to gauge the mental health status of our students prior to returning. We asked, is your child excited to return to back to school in person? 54.5% said their child was very excited, and only 6% said they were unexcited. So that's good to see. Next slide was, please rate your child's current level of anxiety since the school closure. 29% of the parents answered that there really was no anxiety since the school closure. About 26.8% said kind of middle of the road anxiety, with 10.3% saying that high levels of anxiety that would interfere with daily life functioning. So we know that we're going to have some kids who are anxious as they return to school, and we're going to put a mental health plan in place to help assist those children transitioning back. Next slide is to rate your child's current level of sadness since school closure. 20% of the families said that their child was not sad, it was minimal or none, where 28.5% said kind of middle of the road, and then 13.6% said that was high levels, that interfere with daily functioning. The next slide shows the current level of social functioning since school closed, except, for example, interacting with others. 25% of the parents said that their children didn't have any minimal or none level of social dysfunction, where 8% said that there were social deficits that interfere with daily life functioning. So these are things that we as a community and an educational community would need to be aware of as we move back into the system. Next slides talk about your child's level of anxiety transitioning back to school. And what was really exciting about this slide is more than a third of our parents said that their child doesn't have anxiety transitioning back to school, where 8.8% said that they have high levels of anxiety anticipating that transition. Next question asked about the child's fear of contracting COVID-19 when transitioning back to school as it pertains to social distancing. 31% of the parents said the child has no fear. 23.1% said the child has average fear, and 8.5% said the child has high levels of irrational fear that is interfering with their daily life functioning. Next question is regarding health and safety again, and they're asking about disinfection of classrooms. Is their child afraid of contracted COVID-19 as pertaining to cleaning and disinfection of classrooms? And again, we had about a third of the parents say the child doesn't have that kind of anxiety, with 20.9% in the average range and 10.10% saying that there was a high level of fear. The next slide talks about comfort of their child wearing a face covering. This was simply a yes or no question. Is your child comfortable wearing a face covering? 76% said yes, 24% said no. Moving on to technology, since many of our plans involve having some kind of access to Wi-Fi, whether it's alternate day virtual or if we were to go fully closed again, 96% of the families say they have reliable access to Wi-Fi. Last question is, if your family has more than one child, is access to a device a challenge? 73.2% said no, and 27% said yes. So we do have some families, and last year we did hand out about 1,500 Chromebooks. We are moving forward with the Smart Schools plan to provide the same Chromebook for our teachers and our students. That plan is in the portal right now. We do have a few hundred more Chromebooks that are available for handing out at this moment if we needed to distribute them, because we would need to access Wi-Fi or technology moving forward into the reopening plan. And that is the survey results.
Okay. So the next one, Linda?
Yes.
Well, does anybody have any questions on the slides?
Yeah, I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. We're talking about face coverings, and we're talking about preferably to be worn at all times, except these younger children, the children that are at risk, the children that have medical issues. I know we spoke about that they wouldn't have to wear them, but then I received other guidance and heard that wasn't the plan. That now it's about that the district may want them to wear these masks all the time, except for mask breaks. Am I correct?
So the guidance did change, Jack. In fact, the guidance not only changed in writing from when the guidance originally came out. The question on the school reopening FAQs for the New York State Department of Education, the question is, do students and staff have to maintain a 6-foot distance from others at all times? Originally, that question set came out that it provided that the district had one of 3 measures. Either they were 6 foot apart, they had face coverings, or they had a barrier. About 2 days later, it was clarified to say schools must maintain protocols and procedures for students, faculty, and staff to ensure appropriate social distancing, to protect against the transmission of the COVID-19 virus when on school grounds and in school facilities, including the responsibility to configure spaces so individuals can maintain social distancing. As a baseline, face coverings are required to be worn any time or place that individuals cannot maintain appropriate social distancing. Further, face coverings are strongly recommended by the New York State Department of Health at all times, except for meals and instruction with appropriate social distancing. However, schools can require face covering at all times, even during instruction, and it is strongly recommended in areas with higher rates of COVID-19 community infection. So that's the guidance that we've received.
Well, then I think that my question is, Linda, then, is our district going to require it to be worn more often? Because
Jackie,
I personally, no, but Eileen, I have to say this. I personally.
No, I want you to say it. I wanted to piggyback on that, but go ahead.
Okay, I have an issue with it, and I know you already know this because I've spoken about it. There are kids that have anxiety. There are kids that have special needs. There are kids that have neurological tics. These children do not all have 504s or IEPs. These are children that no one's going to really even realize that they're not going to be able to wear a mask for long periods of time. There are kids who have asthma and don't even know they have asthma. I know this because I have a child that didn't even know for years that they had asthma. So we may have more medical, we may have more mental, and we may have more anxiety-ridden children with more issues bringing them back to school, which is, I want the kids to go back to school personally as a parent, but I also want the kids to go back and it not wear on their mental, that not to have more mental anguish or wear on their mental well-being, saying that we're going to have them in, like, are we going to have a third grader or a fourth grader walking around in a mask? I understand in the hallway, but how about when we get to the classroom and they're 6 feet apart? The way I read a few emails, it sounded like to me, and I could be wrong, that this district is looking at us going in a direction that they would wear masks in the classroom during instruction, regardless what I just heard you say. It sounded like they were going in that direction. And that's kind of scary to a parent like myself, and I'm sure all the other parents, that some children will have no problem wearing masks. And I've heard from many parents that they're working on it now, and I commend them. But what about the children that they have issues? They could possibly get nauseous from wearing it. They are going to get sick over it. They're going to get upset over it. These are things, some kids just mentally, wearing a mask makes them fear how bad are we? How bad off are we? What's going on? I mean, I'm just so worried about the whole dynamics of bringing these kids back with that kind of dynamics. I was under the assumption when we spoke that if we had 15, 16 kids in a classroom, 4 rows of 4, having them 6 feet apart, the teachers wearing the masks and the kids wearing the masks when they couldn't social distance. But once they were in the classroom and being instructed, are these kids going to be able to not wear masks, especially at the elementary level? I think that's something that the community should hear.
So I know Mrs. Santo.
I just like to know what the.
I'm gonna ask Ms. Santo to answer part of that question, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Speaking to the masks, we had a collaborative meeting, one of many. Once again,
Can you speak up? Can you speak up? Because I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Absolutely. Is this any better?
Not really.
I'm as close to my computer as I can get. I will turn it louder. Better, Lee?
Better.
Okay. So we had a collaborative meeting this morning. When I say a collaborative meeting, it was with the administrators and supervisors, directors, union officials, CTA officials, and classroom teachers, as well as cabinet members. And in reviewing our reopening plan, once again, we want to ensure a sense of safety for all parties. Now, admittedly, Ms. Jackie, according to your observation, you're correct. There are students, a few students, and the state identifies them as a very small population that have special needs that would be supported by either an IEP or a 504. But so those students would be looked at individually. And then I did defer to Mr. Lou Bonadonna that he and I would look at these specific caseloads and see which students would be able to wear masks while in transit, while in the public forum and not in the structured classroom, while maintaining a sensitivity to their limitations or the constraints because of their disability. Even the state realizes that there is a small population, but we can work with each child individually. We could also look at if in fact they're not able to wear the masks, we could adjust their transit time in between classes so that we remain sensitive. When you look at the greater population, however, and we first spoke to the concept of wearing masks at all time, I know it is, I really dislike the word new normal. I'm really hoping that our previous normal will return. This is just a transitional period, I prefer to say. But if you look at our society, it is now an accepted practice. It's a required practice. If you go to a local pharmacy, you'll see young children adapting to that requirement, walking hand in hand with their parent wearing a mask. So
Gail, can I just cut in for a second and say to you, I agree with you there, but what about these children that, like I said, I know about the kids that have 504s, and I know about the kids that have IEPs, but what I'm saying is, I know from experience with my own child, there are children that have neurological tics, there are children that have severe anxiety, but not to the level that they can get a 504 or an IEP, or maybe they're still waiting to get that. Either way, some of these children are going to get lost in the shuffle, or how are we gonna deem these kids in a hallway crying, or in a hallway throwing up, or in a hallway having breathing issues, or in a hallway having anxiety attacks? I'm just saying, like, this could become potentially more dangerous than COVID itself, because some kids we don't know yet have breathing issues, or this is I wear a mask half my day at work, and I'm telling you, it can become very trying on adult people in heat. Now, these schools, especially elementary schools, do not have air conditioning. Are we putting air conditioners? And that's not, I know for you to answer, but are we going to put air conditioners in so that all of our children are breathing in air, like cool air? Because a lot of these classrooms are super hot. I've been in them.
Okay.
A lot of these hallways are.
If I may, you're absolutely right, but that was just really the presentation on the stance and why we're electing to go full coverage, because of the sense and the declaration to all parties, meaning teachers and students and all members of our community, that we're taking every step possible to ensure that we're not transmitting to our neighbor. That's number one. But what do we do about that special population? So the point is that we all want to have the same standard and protocol, and then factor in mask breaks. And that's what the DOH, Department of Health, and the state recommends. So what does that mean? This way, when there's a classroom, we do not have classes varying that classroom children elect not to wear and versus another classroom. We would like a consistent, fluid protocol so all persons know what the standard is and what the expectation is. Meanwhile, once you go into the classroom and you have that 6 feet stance, you then can factor in the policy says during meals, obviously, factor in breaks, factor in formal mask breaks, that you do it not individually, but you do it as a class. And as long as those practices are consistent, now, then it's a practice, that can be upheld. Now, as far as assessment of high risk or anxiety-ridden behavior or adaptation, that's the role of our mental health staff and working very collaboratively with our teachers. The benefit of having a smaller class size is that behaviors and comments will be far more observable because we're looking at half staff. So we are going to, when we present, we're going to speak to how we're going to coordinate our dismissal period so fewer children are contacting each other. And I say that all strategically because then that will heighten our observation skills and we'll have more access to more children. So whereas you're right, so there are some concerns. If I say, with all due respect, the flip side of that coin is it also sends a message of protection. Because we did have at first, when we entertained, the staff would wear the mask and students would not. Then the staff said, but that doesn't, I'm not feeling very assured as I'm sitting in front of 15 or 17 students and no one is guarded. So there is potential transmission. And that's a reasonable argument. So as far as stance of protection, we want to protect the greater good. So we need common practice, embedded mask breaks, common language for teachers to use, understanding at the faculty meeting, which will be presented by the administration, because we will have a formal plan presented to all buildings and administrators before opening day. So continuity is the best practice to uphold such protocols while making sure that we are highly sensitive to any student. That's why we have mental health counselors and the nurses. We will bring those children in. We will assess their needs. Anyone that presents a medical document, it would be substantiated, but it is a very small population. A student that needs support or guidance will be remedied or given that counseling, and hopefully they'll have a sense of protection and that it's for the good of all.
So Gail, I have a question regarding the mask, and we actually have it on the agenda to approve for today. Have
Yes.
you physically seen these masks?
Yes, I have.
Can you talk a little bit about these masks?
Yes, we're providing two types of masks. So we already understand that the state allows members of our community, and when I say members, that is inclusive of all staff as well as students and of course the parents, to wear their own mask, personal masks. I think, especially for the younger children, I prefer that so that there is no confusion as to who is wearing what. So that means any covering, it could be a bandana, it could be a face mask that loops around the ears. The only requirement is that it must cover one's nose and one's mouth. So we're going to allow for personalization to wear your own mask. Meanwhile, the district is going to support.
So let me just ask one question with that.
Mhm.
So will that also follow the code of conduct as far as our attire? Because I know sometimes I've seen some pretty risky
Yes.
things written on masks. Are we having some type of
Revision to the code? Absolutely. You're absolutely right, because there is that personalization. We have to ensure, just like we do with the dress code and the t-shirts, right? We've had to be quite specific as to what is permissible and what is appropriate. So that we are going to revise the code of conduct. I'm revising the student health policy, as well as the attendance policy to coincide with this new transition period. And it will speak to what is appropriate and what is not acceptable.
So let me ask you another question about the mask. I mean, I know I clean my mask every 2 days. I don't go out that often.
Right.
Is there somebody to make sure that the children are wearing masks that are appropriate and clean and functional to what you need?
That's a very insightful question, because that is the downside of a fabric mask, right? We do not have control outside of the schoolhouse as to what's being done. So I think that's an insightful question. So the only thing we can do is encourage good hygiene habits to our children. The other thing, though, if I may add, teachers are very observant and direct care providers are very observant. So if there is any question, or if a child or staff member were to misplace their mask, the district is going to have on stock two other options. Number one, we're going to have disposable masks purchased for every person in this district. Should there be a loss of a mask, or one not be acceptable, or it get torn or lost, children will be children, and accidents happen even to adults. So we're going to have disposable masks, as well as the superintendent was fervently trying to improve the sense of community and morale, and wanted the fabric masks also to reflect the T-bird insignia of our district. So in addition to disposable masks that we will have district-wide, we're also going to purchase both adult and pediatric size black masks with the little T-bird insignia. I say little because we had a choice of having the full mouth coverage or smaller, and the superintendent wisely, because that would have been my vote, to choose the smaller insignia. So right now we're looking at personal masks. We will have disposable masks, and we will have district logo masks if people want to wear it. To answer,
how do you get the district logo mask if the child wants that?
so well, we're in the midst of ordering right now. Actually, it's going out to bid, and that will be available at the beginning of the year, we hope. But in the interim, we're going to encourage people and students. I'm sending a parent letter home outlining all of the parameters of the new entry plan once it is confirmed, speaking to symptoms, encouraging parents not to allow children to go to school if any of the listed symptoms, because our first response would be to send children home, and we'll speak to that in Dr. Adams' PowerPoint. But also to be mindful of hygiene habits as well as keeping the mask clean. So we are not home, but we can observe, right? You can tell when children need a little assistance, and if there's any question, we can make another mask available. The advantage of having personal masks for the little ones in particular, if there were to, when they have that break, and if the mask were to go on a table, there's no confusion. I'm hoping one child will have sunflowers, the other one will have dinosaurs, and the other one will have lollipops, and there will be no confusion. But we will offer the insignia, and if there's any loss or damage, we will have disposable masks available.
So while I have you on the hot seat for a second.
Marlene, we're kind of veering off a little bit because this is going into the next discussion.
Well, no.
This was only supposed to be about the slides.
No, I do actually have a question regarding the slide. So according to your slide, you have 14% of kids that are anxious coming back. 17% of them a high function of anxiety. Now, when the survey was administered, was there any way to decipher what portion of your elementary versus your secondary were having these experiences of anxiety?
The questions were generated from our discussions at the committee, and it went out district-wide, so we did not differentiate between grades at that time.
So then how do we provide the appropriate supports unless we know that maybe on the secondary level, they may need more assistance, or vice versa, the elementary may need more assistance? Do we sort of gauge that as we enter into school and have to hire more staff if necessary?
Yes, I think.
I'm going to just jump in, Mylan, because there is a way to sort these answers. We ask the parents to tell us what building they were from. So we can certainly sort the answers to see what building we have the most need in. And then we can begin to work on, I mean, I know Mrs. Santo is already working on the mental health plan for the district. And we will present that to you in August with some of the recommendations. But we can certainly begin to look at that. And then we will also, I'm sure, once the plan is presented tonight, the draft plan is presented tonight, we will have our principals reach out to their individual groups of kids, and we can gauge it even more granularly then.
Well, one last question, I'm sorry, regarding the slides. So would you say that there was an equal amount of participation among all the buildings?
I would say there was a very good participation rate around the whole district. That was the first slide, and honestly, we got probably between 75 and 80% of our parents responding in most of our buildings.
Great, thank you.
Okay. Now that the slides are over, I guess we'll go into the reopening plan since all the questions are there anyway.
I have a question. I know Gail had mentioned about the logos on the face mask with the cloth. Did we get a price without the logo too? I mean, I know the logo's cute and everything, Gail, like you're saying.
Yes.
But when you buy that many, and I think you need to be cost efficient here too.
And that's why it's going out to bid. I agree with you. So there were two options.
It's actually on the agenda tonight for discussion, so we can talk about that when that item comes up.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
It's a bid award.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So Lindsay, do you want to go
price without the logo though, did we?
Yeah, that was my question as well, Mark. So
An alternate
I have
price.
that marked off. So Linda, do you want to do the next discussion on the reopening plan?
Sure. I'm going to ask Jesse to put the screen up. So I don't believe anyone can argue that we are trying to make the best of a bad situation. We know that the pandemic around the world has put us all, we're all spinning. We've lost family members. We've had people who've experienced COVID. And we are looking to do the best that we can for our students, faculty, staff, and community moving forward. You know, this year we know cannot look the same. We have a framework that we're going to present tonight, and everything we discuss raises new questions. So anytime that we talk about things that we think would be best for our staff, our kids, our schools, there's 100 other questions that need to be answered, and we are in the process of trying to answer those. At this moment, we don't have the answers to everything, but as of Friday, we need to have a framework of a plan that we can then build the details into and under to support and ensure that what we're doing provides equitable access for all of our children to vigorous instruction. So I'm going to ask Jesse to move the next slide. So on July 13th, Governor Cuomo announced the metrics for opening schools. He will then make the ultimate decision whether or not schools will be reopening in September during the week of August 1st. So it doesn't actually, our plan could very well just be thrown out if the governor decides that we all need to be back, or that we need to be at 50% capacity in the buildings, or we need to be 25% capacity of the buildings, or we're gonna open in a virtual environment. The governor gets to make that decision. We need to put the best plan in place that we believe will do the best and keep our kids safe, as well as our teachers and staff, and have the best instructional model that we can put in place. The New York State guidance on reopening was published on July 13th. The CDC guidance on reopening was published on July 23rd. The New York State Department of Health guidance was published on July 13th, and the New York State Education Department guidance was published on July 16th. Yet districts have to have a plan in place in the portal for approval by SED by July 31st, which is Friday. So we're presenting this today as a framework. We know that there are still details that need to be worked out. We've been blessed to have the good faith collaboration efforts that we've had among our administrative staff, our teaching staff, and we're in discussion, getting feedback all the time. So the plan evolves, it's fluid, just as the situation across the United States and across the world is evolving and fluid, and that's where we begin. So I'm going to ask for the next slide. These are quotes from the guidance documents. We have to make critical adjustments to our instructional model. We were closed on a Friday and reopened in March. We never reopened since March 13th. We had no time to devise a reopening plan for that. We had no time to plan on, little or no time to plan. And we put on the ground what we could at that point. Now we must revise and devise a reopening plan for the 2021 school year. And the plan must address resuming in-person instruction. That is actually from the SED. So we have a plan, we have to put 3 plans in place. We need to plan on a combination of in-person instruction and remote learning, or a hybrid model. And we may be at various times closing due to community infection rate. So we need a full virtual model as well. So obviously every building built a typical school year schedule. And we would love to reopen safely with everyone in that schedule, but that's not it's not possible. We are in the process of building a hybrid plan that involves safe distancing. And we also have begun building a fully remote virtual plan if we are fully closed. You know, we did talk about earlier that we had 500 community stakeholders give us input. We also took the community's input, the 2,700 plus community members who gave us input on the models and the opening that we were looking at. And we're really trying to provide the best educational experience for our children in the safest environment possible. You know, the New York State Department of Education acknowledges that one size cannot fit all. So you will see across Long Island, across the state, different models in different school districts. And really everyone at this point is trying to make the best educational environment that we can for our district. You know, what we're trying to do really is maintain the uniqueness of Connecticut schools. And I did have a chance to see some of the parent questions about our music program, which is unbelievably exceptional in the district, about our mental health program, which enriches the lives of our kids, about our educational experience for our electives, which make us very unique and therefore also make us have significant challenges that some other districts may not have, because we believe in continuing that enhanced educational experience. That being said, we also want to provide the most teacher-student contact possible, because we know the best learning is going to happen with our kids in front of our teachers. We know virtual instruction has its pluses and minuses, but the teaching-student relationship, the teacher-student relationship, is one of the most important relationships that students have in their life, second only to their parents and guardians. And we want to nurture that and make sure that our entire student body has the opportunity to have a relationship with the teacher. And so one of the things that we're trying to enhance in this educational experience is to provide that face-to-face instruction, which we know is so essential in making sure that our kids move forward in their educational program. I am now going to ask Jesse to move forward to our next slide, and I'm going to invite Mr. Middleman to speak about the framework that we're presenting tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. In this portion of the presentation, we'll speak primarily of the reopening for both the elementary and the secondary schools for in-person and remote instruction. So it'll be a hybrid model. You can go to the next slide. Based on the guidance from both the CDC and the New York State Education Department, we're recommending the following, which is a K-5 daily attendance with class sizes no larger than 16 in a socially distanced classroom. And we're also recommending that masks are worn by all with specified mask breaks throughout the day. For K-3 students, we're looking for them to have a full day of instruction within their classrooms. Again, it's a socially distant classroom with smaller class sizes. Their physical education classes will be at times in their classroom, at times in the gymnasium, and when possible outside. Our art instruction, general music instruction, and library and media science instruction will take place in their classroom, and lunch will be within the classroom, with recess being in small groups. For 4th and 5th grade students, they will be housed in the building all day as well. They'll be broken up into an AM and a PM group for their classes. So there will be classroom instruction with their homeroom teacher that they normally have in the morning. And then in the afternoon, there'll be some supervision with the teacher assistant, as well as their special area teachers and any other support services that may be needed. The PM students would then rotate back into the classroom, and they would provide, they would get their instruction. We're looking to make a recommendation to suspend our AM music program. Our small group instrumental lessons will continue. Our 3rd grade instrumental instructions will be revisited in December for the potential to revisit that implementation probably in the spring of 2021. We're looking to suspend choral instruction, again, to revisit that in December for possible re-implementation in the spring. And due to lowering the class size, we're looking to suspend our elementary FLES program, Sequest, as well as our pull-out computer science and engineering experience. And again, we're using the word suspend because this is a temporary thing for this year. We enjoy a rich program at all levels in Connecticut, and we want to maintain that for all of our students. Our universal pre-K will continue with daily instruction, and then scope before and after school childcare will be available, and we're working with those providers to see what that looks like and to fit within the guidelines that we have set forth.
I have a question, Dean.
Yes.
Lee, wait till the
Okay.
end, and then we'll ask our questions, please.
I thought it was.
Can you
the
write them
end.
down and wait till the end?
I thought, can we ask after elementary and then secondary? Because we're on that topic. This is the end of elementary.
I'd rather if you wrote everything down, then we asked them at the end, so Dean can get through the presentation.
Okay.
If that's okay with everyone, and then we do the questions at the end like we were doing before.
Okay.
Thank you. Just write down your question so you don't forget, and you'll be up first, Lee.
All right, next slide. So for the secondary hybrid model, which is that combination of both in-person and remote instruction, will be on an alternate day schedule, and you can switch slides. Speaking specifically of the middle schools, the 6 through 8 hybrid instruction will be alternate day. It'll be an A day, B day schedule. Students will be grouped in households by households, and with regards to making sure that the classes are balanced where best possible. For the middle school in-person instruction, there's an asterisk there. We are working with our transportation department to make sure that we provide transportation for all our students. That will be discussed a couple slides later on, but we may have to adjust the length of the school day, both at the middle school and again at the high school, and we'll speak about that in a minute. Students will be cohorted as much as possible, meaning that they will stay in groups. Teachers will rotate to the students. There will be a homeroom. We're looking for no lockers, and again, teachers will move to the students where possible. Lunch will be served in the classrooms. Small group instruction will continue for music, but we will not have large group ensembles. Locker rooms and locker room use will be suspended. Switch slides. At the high school, for 9 through 12, again, it is an alternate day schedule. Students will be grouped as best possible by households and making sure that classes are balanced. Again, we spoke about the length of the day being abbreviated, possibly due to transportation concerns and constraints, making sure that we have all students that access to transportation. We're looking to possibly extend the passing time due to one-way hallway traffic where possible throughout the building. Small group instruction will continue in music. Again, no ensembles. Lunch will be served in a variety of spaces with social distancing being mandatory. Locker room use will be suspended. We're still waiting to hear from Eastern Suffolk BOCES with regards to their CTE programs. But again, as the next bullet states, we want our students to have a rich, full experience. We honor the work of all of our teachers, and we want to make sure that we respect those programs as well. So we're looking to give those students as much access to those programs as possible. As far as hallway lockers, due to passing times and social distancing requirements, we're looking to have those only assigned by request. Switch slides. So on that alternate day of instruction, we are looking to have one primary platform, which will be Google Classroom. Student participation and attendance will be required on a daily basis. We're working collaboratively with our curriculum directors and administrators and Connecticut Teachers Association to create meaningful engagement in engaging learning during that virtual time. And the district recognizes that planning time and professional development are going to be incredibly important for the success of this hybrid learning model. And we'll continue to work collaboratively to meet those expectations. Next slide. So the next phase will talk about if school is closed for all or is closed intermittently for all. Next slide. So again, if we are fully remote in kindergarten through grade 5, we're looking to prioritize standards with a primary focus on math and literacy instruction. We're looking for a minimum of 2 asynchronous mini lessons posted per day. There will be synchronous instruction every day for teachers to use for targeted small group instruction. Student work will be primarily posted through Google Classroom, and that's something that we had heard is making sure that there's one platform, but there are a couple other platforms that due to the age of the student or the population, we want to make accessible to our teachers, and specially scheduled virtually into the student's day. Next slide. In grades 6 through 12, again, if we're fully closed or intermittently closed, 2 things that we heard a lot about is, the feedback was regarding flexibility and making sure that students had some sort of schedule that they would be maintaining. That was something that was both in my committee and then some other committees that were held. That feedback was given to us. So we're looking to put a condensed schedule into the day, which is a 9-period schedule made up of 25-minute periods. Synchronous learning will take place during those 25-minute blocks, and students, and that will take place from about 8:55 to 1:20. Asynchronous mini lessons and activities will be posted ahead of time with no date sooner than that next class period. Next slide. This is a draft schedule of what it would look like, giving students both opportunities and time at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day to work independently, complete their assignments, and then the posting of assignments at the end of the day for our instructional staff, as well as the synchronous instruction that will take place during the school day. Next slide. Instructional technology has become a main driver for us and for all districts during this pandemic. We completed our Smart Schools funding application, as Dr. Adams mentioned. The Smart Schools Committee is meeting on July 30th, so we're excited to hear back from them. We look to be moving forward to make sure that all of our students and faculty use the same devices, create that flat environment, so that we have an equity of access, an equity of opportunity, and an equity of resources. Along with that, it's really important that everybody understands the platforms that we're using. This summer, we have been hosting our Summer Skills series for parents. It's called Summer Skills Series, Parent Edition. It's posted on our website. It goes out on Facebook. Every Monday, there are new digital courses that are posted for parents that range from how to use your Google Classroom to what is Kami and all those different things. In addition to that, in August, we will be offering live academy opportunities for parents where they can log into a virtual session with one of our staff developers to kind of get some one-on-one or small group instruction around the same topics that we held on a virtual scale. In addition to that, it's important that our students, even though they're definitely more resilient than us, but our students do still continue to need that direct instruction on the utilization of platforms, and that will be embedded and built into what we currently do within inside the instructional space in September. Next slide. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Adams.
So one of the committees, the community committees, was on transportation, and it's wonderful that we own our own buses, and it's also challenging that we own our own buses because we can't turn around and say to a busing company, "Oh, give us double the amount of buses for the next school year." So that committee was run by Ms. Bridget Villarreal and Mr. John Garverick. So I'm going to ask Ms. Villarreal to give us an update on where we are with that.
Good evening, everyone. So the Transportation Committee has had our fourth meeting as of last night. The guidance has changed significantly, and information has changed significantly from the Department of Education, the Department of Health, and a couple other entities as well. And at first, there was really nothing as far as how many students would have to be on a bus. The large buses are 66 passenger buses, so I'm sure you can imagine how much will change going from 66 children on a bus, which is usually an elementary, three kids in a row, socially distancing and abiding by those rules to make sure that everyone's safe, is ultimately dropping down to 22 students on a bus. And that is going to significantly impact both times for busing, because the high school sets off the day for the rest of the district. And in order for that to run smoothly, for every other school in the district to be able to get to school on time, it's going to impact everything significantly. So there's more, obviously, than these bullet points on this slide. And in general, we're responsible for the cleaning of buses in between use. That's going to happen twice a day. A bigger disinfecting will be something called fleet wash. This is something that would be done monthly. Personal protective equipment to bus drivers. This has to also be available to students, because according to guidance, we can recommend that students bring their own face coverings, which in the presentation by Dr. Adams with the findings from the survey results with options that parents selected, it's clear that parents would feel more comfortable to put their students in face coverings, but we also have to have backup face coverings available on our school buses for when students are waiting at their bus stops to get onto the school bus. As far as screening, there were some transportation providers this summer that were first saying that they would go ahead and provide screening as far as temperatures before students would get onto a bus, and they quickly changed that up themselves. Guidance has come back and forth with that as well, but ultimately all parents will have to provide screening before a child arrives at the bus stop or once they get into the school building, and that's being worked on as well. At the bus stop, students must maintain social distancing, and on the school bus as well, going from 3 students in a seat to 2 students in a seat to now 1 student in a seat, we will also have to mark off and make it extremely obvious with those markers with where students will be sitting on the bus, whether it's in the window seat or in the aisle seat. This way, a student gets on the bus and these seats more than likely will be assigned. This way, it can increase the time it takes for students to board the bus and allow the driver to get to the next stop, as well as the building with its final destination. Also, because the ridership is going to change from 66 passengers to 22 passengers, the elementary buildings will have to do 2 runs in the morning and 2 runs in the evening. There are surrounding school districts that are putting out videos pertaining to social distancing while waiting for the school bus, videos about boarding a bus now with social distancing in mind, as well as seating arrangements and many other aspects of that. So as well as face coverings, it's guidance from the Department of Health as well, stating that face coverings must be worn at all times when on school buses, but it's not just school buses, it's public transportation in general. And ultimately cleaning and disinfection after morning and afternoon runs. And finally, there is no use of hand sanitizer because it's combustible. As I'm sure you can imagine, it's 70+% alcohol. So to keep everyone safe, we also cannot use hand sanitizer on the bus. There will be cleaning products that the drivers will use, and that will be safely stored away from students on a school bus. There will be signage posted on each school bus about mask use, And we will provide all communication, all procedures online. This way all parents can review. We will train our staff and make sure that everyone is on the same page. And as far as training and preparation for the beginning of schools. The Transportation Committee will meet next week. I have not selected a date as of yet. If you would like to join the Transportation Committee as a community member, as a parent, as anyone, please contact me via email, and I will certainly put you on the list. This way you can join us, because we'll be meeting weekly between now and September 10th. The next slide, I believe, goes back into health and safety.
So I'm going to take this slide right now. As Ms. Villarreal kind of alluded to, the New York State Education Department has provided guidance on, and there is a lot of educational mandates that we must produce as a school district. Riding on a school bus is one of them, and we need to make sure that our families have a chance to see that and learn all the ways to keep themselves safe. One of the things that we must provide for the community is education on what to look for if you might have been exposed or experiencing COVID-19. So this list is evolving, and as we are not public health experts, we will be following the guideline. In fact, the majority of the remainder of the slides are exactly word for word from either the CDC guideline or the Department of Health guideline that were put out for us to be able to open as safely as possible. So the truth is that one of the first things we need to be cognizant of as a community is that not one person should be present in school if they're experiencing some or all of these common symptoms of COVID-19. So currently the list for the CDC is fever of chills, a fever of 100 degrees Fahrenheit or greater, or chills, a cough, shortness of breath or difficulty breathing, fatigue, muscle or body aches, headaches, a loss of taste or smell, congestion or runny nose, nausea or vomiting, and or diarrhea. So if your child or yourself are experiencing one of these, or are a teacher or a TA or a clerical or custodian or administrator, they should not attend school. And this list evolves, and they have added symptoms to this list. And as they add symptoms of this list, we will ensure that we let the community know how the list has been extended. The truth is, as we go through these slides, there's nothing in this pandemic that's ideal. We're working through the questions, and we're ensuring that we're following the guidance of folks from the CDC and the Department of Health, because again, as educators, we're not public health experts. So we're going to ensure that we rely on that guidance and move forward, putting those practices in place. Mrs. Santo is working closely with our nurses and other healthcare providers, including our district physician and the Department of Health, to put together practices for healthy hygiene. So I'm going to ask that the slide move forward, and I'm going to ask Mrs. Santo to illustrate some of the things that we're already doing, and we will continue to move forward doing as we move into the school year.
Thank you, Dr. Adams. As you had stated, the guidelines of the advisory document from the Department of Health requires that the district conduct a health screening for persons before entering the district. As we know, the most recent document is for the re-entry in September. You will be happy to hear, ladies and gentlemen of the board, since we have a summer school already in practice and we have many staff members reporting to work, we have already implemented this practice of health screening. And what the health screening requires is that we ask each person on a daily basis to review the criteria that was stipulated from the Department of Health and answer with specification as to yay or nay to each question. So the first question, as you can see, is have you knowingly been in close or proximate contact in the past 14 days with anyone who has tested positive through a diagnostic test for COVID-19 or has had symptoms of COVID-19? Why is that critical? Because we know the likelihood of transmission is highly likely. Have you tested positive for COVID-19 in the past 14 days? That would be an absolute quarantine. Have you experienced any symptoms of COVID-19, including a temperature of greater than 100 degrees in the past 14 days? And have you traveled internationally or from a state with widespread community transmissions? Now, if you've been following the governor's executive order, which is number 205, it started with, I think, 11 states that were deemed quote unquote hotspots. Now, as of, well, the last parent letter I wrote was last week, I think on Thursday, and we were up to 32 states. So admittedly, I'm not sure if anyone has been added to that list since that time, but you can see in the short period of the beginning of July to the end, we went from 11 states to 32. So if in fact someone knowingly transports or travels to one of those known hotspots, they are required to self-quarantine for a period of 14 days. As we are doing this now for all staff that is working, as well as all staff that are assigned to the ESY, the extended school year summer school in both sites, both Basti and the high school. We conducted a training at the beginning of the summer, informing all participants, including the transportation department. We had approximately 145 people in the auditorium, socially distanced, I might add, and wearing masks, to understand the protocols, so everyone left well informed and with a sense of preparation as well as protocol to adhere to. In September, however, we will not be doing paper to pen screenings as we are doing now because it was a temporary implementation in a much more contained setting. As we're going district-wide, we're going to then go to a QR code, which would make the survey available electronically for all members of the district. This is a district-wide staff, and again, it is required daily. The premise is that anyone acting in good faith, if they say yes to any one of these, they are not to report to district. Okay, the next slide, please. Okay, the same, ladies and gentlemen, is required of our students. And if you notice in the first bullet, daily is emphasized. So the screening, while we're screening the ESY students daily at the end of the driveway because it's door-to-door pickup and it's a much smaller population, even the Department of Health realizes that it is highly suggested and actually recommended that we provide an opportunity for the parents to complete the health screening prior to the student leaving the home or coming to the school. So we don't have to either disallow anyone entrance or upon entry, put them into a special isolated room or away from the general population. And we'll speak to that in a moment. So that's why it's pivotal that it be done before anyone arrives at the building, because as Dr. Adams had just said, any one of those symptoms that are indicated, and it need only be one, if the child or staff member is sent to the nurse's office, we're going to, the child or person will be sent home immediately and referred to a healthcare provider. Lastly, in addition to the daily requirement of health screening, parents are further required to, on a weekly basis, not a daily basis, to sign an attestation attesting to all of the answers that they've been answering in good faith, so to speak. And it just calls all people to attention to what their commitment is to and that they are being in fact forthright. Next slide, please. And as we had said, ladies and gentlemen, to what extent can we structure our school day to ensure that there's less contact? And one is through PPE, which is personal protective equipment, which we have discussed that the masks that will be available. I can add to that also that the state is recommending, which we will have implemented already. Shields are also a form of face masks or covering, And that is made available for any staff or personnel that has one-to-one instruction. And in fact, their facial features or their mouth is necessary to provide service, such as speech and language pathologist or speech and language therapy. So those persons or one-to-one aides that are working along would be required to wear a mask and a shield, but in the instance of speech and language, they would wear just the shield for their service and then resume the mask after the session. In addition to the PPE that I just described, social distancing is another practice to ensure that there is less contact. There is no body contact. Unfortunately, we can no longer shake hands. We can no longer greet each other as we ordinarily would. So we need to learn to be more expressive with our eyes, unfortunately, and more verbal and more perhaps committed to expressing emotions in our words. So that's going to be something we have to model for our students, because it's going to be a different world, hopefully for a short time. But in doing so, the social distancing will ensure that their settings are structured, that the students are distant. We will also then encourage that 6 feet apart, excuse me. We will also take efforts to make sure that the belongings are separated. We're also looking at the physical phys ed teachers, the phys ed classes and the band and instrument to be 12 feet apart when they are together. Mr. Middleman already identified that the phys ed will be rotating when it is plausible to either be outside or in the classroom or in the gymnasium. One-way hallways will be instituted or implemented with markings to suggest that traffic only move in one direction, obviously. Another thing that was considered, because we're going on a hybrid schedule, the principals said that it would be feasible that they could coordinate literally a calculated dismissal time, so everyone is not in the hallway at the same time, thereby reducing the likelihood of contact. And then also limited student movement in the hallways as much as possible, extending passing time in the high school to account for one-way hallways, because rather than going from point A to point B, they might have to go around the hall corner to get to the other side, as opposed to the shortest distance between those 2 points. Multiple school entry doors open to decrease density at the doorways. What we want to discourage or prevent is all students trying to fit through the door, and thereby they're touching each other, moving, and that is contrary to the social distancing. So in making those doors available, of course, we'll have to make sure that there is supervision provided, and also speaking with Mr. Flynn to make sure that it is reflective in our emergency plan, and we have made those preparations accordingly. And then the last thing is for the playground schedules. Those two should be staggered so that while children, we recognize they need to exercise and spread their wings, so to speak, we need to reduce contact time. So we will do that on staggered schedules as well. Next, please. Dr. Adams, shall I continue with this one?
I'll be the bearer of bad news.
Okay.
You be the bearer of good news, I'll be the bearer of bad news. One of the things that we have incorporated since my administration came in 7 years ago now was a calendar meeting where we sat around the table with administrative staff and our PTA folks who create some of the best experiences for kids that make education more expansive and a lot more fun in some ways. I really do have grave sadness because my secretary, Mrs. Incerillo, has been working on the calendar for next year, and we're looking at hundreds of events that will not take place because of this pandemic. And that does sadden me for our kids and what this year is going to look like. But in order to limit exposure, one of the things that we're limiting is gatherings in large groups. We're not even permitted to gather a large group. So we will be suspending student assemblies in person. We will not be gathering, classes into the auditorium to have their welcome back assemblies, but we will potentially be able to do some of those virtually where kids are in their classroom and we Zoom into classrooms to let them know what's going on in the school and expectations and all the school. So will not be happening in person, though it will be virtual in smaller groups and classes. Field trips will be suspended for the year or until we have the approval to put full classes on school buses and take them other places safely. But right now we'll be looking to do some kind of virtual field trips, which is part of the SED guidance. Obviously, concerts and performances, since we cannot do ensemble practices, we would not be able to have our concerts and performances. And that is one of the most joyful things that we get to do as a school district, and we will not be able to do that this year. Mrs. Santo just said earlier that there is a larger radius that is needed whenever there's vocal projection. So that occurs when there's aerobic instruction in physical education and kids are breathing heavier. That occurs in choral projection, and that also occurs in wind instruments. So the minimum separation of kids in those situations is a 12-foot radius, which is 144 square foot, which is actually larger than all of my children's bedrooms to keep kids safe. So it's a large amount of space for that social distancing. It's also times when you cannot keep a mask on. It's impossible to play an instrument through a mask. So we're looking to move those into small groups in larger spaces. We will not be having any dances or anything along those lines that would bring larger groups together. In order to complete our disinfection and not bring folks who don't need to be in our buildings on a daily basis, we're suspending visitors to the buildings. So I know sometimes students forget some of their homework or anything along those lines, and we have begun, even in the past, having those materials dropped off in the security vestibules. We will be continuing that practice. Any students that need to be picked up, whether it's because they are experiencing some kind of an illness or an injury or something happened in the family that they need to go home early, they will be escorted to the security vestibule and the parent will not be coming into the building or guardian. We will also, due to the disinfection that's necessary and the cleaning that's necessary, we will have no after-school groups utilizing the buildings. So there will be no Girl Scouts, there'll be no PTA meetings. Those will have to happen virtually. We're going to leave the meetings on the calendar so that way folks will be alert to the fact that there'd be a meeting, but it will not be in person in the building. There'll be no outside groups utilizing the buildings because we will likely be bringing some of our evening custodian shifts in during the day so that we can do more cleaning and disinfection when our teachers and our students and staff are in the building. All our parent-teacher conferences will be virtual. That way we can keep everybody safe and make sure that we're having those conferences that are necessary to make sure that we're moving our students' programs forward. Now, we have limited capacity and the ability to clean and disinfect the buildings with the staff that we have. We most likely will be looking for some more staff, but it does limit the ability for us to have the community use the district facilities after school. On that note, I'm going to pass it back to Mrs. Santo for the next slide.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Had trouble there. Okay, so as we were discussing, there are preparations and protocols required for us to reinforce protocols and practices, and everyone understands what is required of them. Hand washing, as you know, you've heard the state, you've heard Dr. Fauci on television if you've been following, that the guidelines even from the government is that the most effective way of preventing transmission is to wash your hands. So our charge from the state or Department of Health is to make sure that we institute some form of training for our faculty so that they incorporate hand washing and other healthy protocols in their day-to-day practices. Think of when you pick up a little 5-year-old from the bus and the teacher has to escort some of them hand holding if the need arises. So the first thing we're going to have to do is implement that practice. When you return to class, the child is encouraged to wash their hand as well as a staff member. It just has to be the new normal for now. So our charge is to present in this practice, this protocol guideline that I was speaking to. All staff and administration will have access to those protocols before the start of school, and training is a component of that. We also have to make sure that we have the appropriate supplies available. If it's not hand washing, we also will have the alcohol-based hand sanitizers that are permissible by the state. We discussed the PPEs and the variations of what will be enforced as far as the student population. But I say with great assurance that I think we can look at the individual needs of select groups of students and ensure that their safety as well as their adjustment is considered, while guaranteeing that they're not any more exposed than anyone else in certain sessions such as transit or in the hallway. We will, of course, work with each parent individually, and I'll do that in tandem with Mr. Bonadonna. Next slide, please. And then lastly, or I think it's almost lastly, we need to look at the management of students or persons, anyone, students or staff that present as ill or manifesting one of the symptoms that are discussed. Students and staff with symptoms to illness must be sent to health office. And also at one point it says that they have to be isolated. It is permissible to be isolated. That means more than 6 feet within the health office. We are strongly encouraging, we are going to adopt a separate room of isolation so that those children that are well and not exhibiting any symptoms, but need to go to the health office for their daily care, such as medication or any other issue. We're not encouraging or exposure. So a student or staff member that is not feeling well, the staff member would go home, obviously. But the student that is waiting to be picked up must be in a separate location, and then that room, of course, must be supervised. I know Dr. Adams is going to speak to the budgetary implications, but herein is one of those situations that we will need an additional resource, because the nurse will stay in the health office to manage the needs of the larger population, while the 1 or 2 children are waiting to be picked up by a parent. They need to be supervised, and we are looking at either health aides or perhaps CNAs. If a student or staff member become ill with symptoms, the district will follow the education law. And then also, if anyone is presenting or diagnosed with COVID, we are incumbent and responsible to report to the local health department, because it is, of course, a communicable disease. As we have done in the past with, if you've ever seen a letter about pertussis, which is also commonly known as whooping cough, which is very dangerous for infants and children younger than school age. That letter is sent out putting all persons on notice of the potential exposure. So we must abide by the HIPAA laws and respect every person's confidentiality. However, when it raises to an issue of a pandemic, we must inform the Department of Health. The Department of Health will look at each case individually, will determine and looking at the exposure and as well as the proximity, or to what extent, how close were they to the person that was diagnosed, and will render that decision as far as quarantining or how the district should respond. So just to be clear, anyone that has been affirmed with COVID-19, they are automatically going to be quarantined. The question is, to what extent is any other party, staff members or students, quarantined, and that will be determined by the Department of Health. Next slide, please. And then lastly, in addition, with greater specificity, with people that are ill, the the CDC and the Department of Health recommend that we implement or institute common protocols that contain the area and immediately address and limit any other exposure from contact or sharing, etc. So first of all, if there were a person or a student that were diagnosed with COVID, we would immediately close off the area and institute cleaning and disinfection. opening outdoor windows and doors for increased air circulation when possible, and then waiting to clean and disinfect as long as possible. Clean and disinfect all areas used by the person suspected or confirmed to have COVID-19. And then individuals without close or proximate contact with the person suspected or confirmed can return once all of the above has been done. Okay, so, but again, the takeaway here is someone that is confirmed, either a student or a staff, that has a positive diagnosis of COVID-19, all districts must report to the Department of Health. Internally, the protocols that we have to establish are what's called tracing or tracking, one and the same. And one may say, what is that? When we call the Department of Health, not only do we have to disclose that there was a positive diagnosis, but then the Department of Health is going to ask what people, what persons, and how many persons were exposed and to what extent. So that's why I'm saying the Department of Health will determine who and how many people, if any, are quarantined. But as you know, when there is a communicable disease, the aim, as we're in the midst of a pandemic, is to limit exposure. So the nurse, in her role and responsibilities, it could be a gentleman as well, but in our district right now, we have female nurses. So within their roles and responsibilities, they are going to maintain or identify any persons that they know that the person that presented to them may have been in contact. They will then collaborate with the administrator of the building, and their role and responsibility ends only servicing or focuses only on those students or staff members that they're assisting with health needs. And then the administrator, in tandem with my office, would look at any tracking or tracing that needs to be reported to the Department of Health, and we would then take guidance from them. I think that was my, nope, one more time. Next slide, please. And lastly, this, no, my goodness, I'm sorry, it keeps going. Management of ill persons again. If there is no COVID-19, one might ask, well, what assurances are we taking to make sure that the person is not symptomatic or is not going to fall ill in a day? The district, in collaboration with Dr. Gill, has decided to, as we revise our policies, any person that has been with a fever is not permitted to come back without fever reducing medications until which time they have not had a fever for a 48-hour period. The 48-hour period will give the person time to recover, and it also gives the parent time to observe the child and to make sure that there are no secondary symptoms or any illnesses surfacing 48 hours after they were sent home. This is to protect the student and anyone else the student would be exposed to upon their return. Secondly, after a notice, we are now permitted at the beginning of the summer, we just send people home with a fever. Now we can require a healthcare provider letter saying that they are clear to return. So with that person having one of the symptoms, the physician can determine whether or not a test is needed, and if they release or provide release to return to school, then that's acceptable. What happens if COVID-19 is diagnosed, and what are the parameters for that person to return to school? Now, first and foremost, Department of Health is in charge. The Department of Health is notified, but the guidelines set forth, they gave us these three variables to look at as well. It has to be at least 10 days since the individuals first had symptoms. It has to be at least 3 days since the individual has had a fever without using any type of fever reducing medication, like acetaminophen or ibuprofen, etc. And then also it has to be at least 3 days since the individual's symptoms have improved, including cough or shortness of breath. So this is a person even if they had. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, we would insist that they also have a release from their healthcare provider. Next slide, please. Pardon me. I believe, thank you, that was my last slide. I think I'm going to defer this back to Dr. Adams.
Thank you, Mrs. Santo. So, you know, everything that Mrs. Santo provided is really CDC and DOH guidelines. Moving forward into the cleaning and disinfection, I'm going to ask Mr. Allen to take over for here. However, it's going to be the same issue as the CDC and the DOH have given us routines that are minimal routines for making sure that we're cleaning and disinfection. We've always followed the CDC and DOH guidelines for the school district, and they've been enhanced moving into this pandemic. So I'm going to ask Mr. Allen to just elaborate on that a little bit.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so thank you. So the slide that you're looking at now has a half a dozen bullet points. They're in no particular order, but it just touches on some of the items that I'm pulling out of the guidance documentation that kind of sets the tone for what we need to do. There is obviously a whole lot more that's going to be involved. As we've heard from Mr. Middleman and Ms. Santos and everybody else, there are other elements that are involved in this, whether it's cleaning of the playgrounds, how that will work, with classrooms being used for cafeteria services. There's going to be specifics that need to be dialed in for that. In the coming days, we will be going to each of the buildings. We will be verifying spaces are appropriate for the uses being proposed and how we're going to get there. One of the big things is being able to utilize the staff in the best possible manner. I know Dr. Adams touched on the fact that, you know, we're looking at staffing and how we're going to accomplish so much more cleaning and disinfecting during the course of the day when we have all of the students and staff in the buildings in light of everything that's going on. One of the things that I'm looking at, I've started conversations with the custodial supervisor and also the director of facilities, is looking at our afternoon custodial staff and shifting their schedules from an afternoon, which we may not need them if the buildings are not going to be open for the community, and bringing them in earlier so that they're there during the time when the buildings are occupied. This will double our staff at the most important times, and it will allow us the flexibility to get into spaces in a much different manner than we've done in the past. So just touching on a couple of these bullet points. The first one says soap and water. The CDC clearly tells us that soap and water is absolutely the best line of defense in tackling this virus. It's not the hand sanitizer in each of the classrooms. It's soap and water. They recommend it every opportunity to become part of our general practice. You know, hand hygiene is first and foremost in tackling this virus. The frequent disinfection of the surfaces and objects touched by multiple people, that's something that if you think back to March when we first started dealing with this, I presented in Sycamore this very item. You know, we are disinfecting surfaces on, you know, that are high touch areas, all the light switches, the bathrooms, the hallways themselves. We're looking at lessening the number of items in classrooms so we have less touch surfaces and we can be effective with the manpower we have in cleaning and disinfecting as well. Maintaining logs. This is not something that has been typically done in schools. They ask for, the CDC is recommending that we maintain, I shouldn't say recommending, they are requesting that we maintain logs, including the information attached, date, time, scope of cleaning and disinfection. And that's for every area. That's not a custodian will fill out an attestation that they did their 6 rooms. There's going to be one in each room. And I think this is really for the purpose of contact tracing. So when we start talking about the rooms and when they were cleaned and when they were disinfected, we can actually dial in who has been in certain spaces before and after that to help with that process that may occur in the fall. Ventilation. It's a large part of this. Maintaining fresh air in the buildings is absolutely critical. One of the things we do in the district and have been doing for a number of years is changing the filters more frequently than is required. SED tells us we need to do it twice a year. We typically do it 3 times a year, and in certain locations where we know them to be a dusty or environmental contaminant area, we do it more frequently than that. We're also looking at using better quality filters so that we can filter things down to a smaller microbial level. I mentioned the outdoor areas. CDC does not recommend that we disinfect. They recommend that we wipe down with soap and water. They still believe that that is the best way to approach cleaning even outside in the playground areas. Shared gym equipment is something that's you know, we're going to be worried about all shared items, anything that's touched, but the gym equipment is something that came up specifically. And we're going to have to revisit the way all curriculum is done in any of our specials, gym being one of them. You know, instead of using the full complement of basketballs on a given period, we may only be able to use half of them, clean the other ones, put them on a rack, and then use the other set of balls for the next period. So, you know, we're trying to look and trying to capture all of these little unique and individual areas. There will be a much more detailed scope as we fine tune the plan at each of the respective buildings, because it will vary a little bit from building to building. But these are some of the bigger bullet points that are in the guidance documents that we've been receiving. Was there any other questions pertaining to that?
We have a few more slides to go. Thank you, Mr. Allen. So again, we're going to say that nothing that we're planning is ideal. We would love to be back in full force with every child in every classroom and every teacher. And we know that for every plan we make and every decision we make, there are hundreds of questions that need to be answered. We see them through all different lenses. We are going to put a survey out to the community tomorrow that will allow the community to ask questions that they have from tonight's presentation, because I know that there are going to be things that the community sees and thinks about that we need to hear about. And so I welcome that feedback. We will send that out tomorrow. But obviously, there's a price tag on doing the things that we need to do to keep our faculty, staff, students, and communities safe. So one of the main things that the SED guidance put in place was smaller class ratios so that kids could come back to school. K through 5, we believe it's extremely important to have kids have face-to-face instruction every day. We've worked with all of our administrators and all of our principals, and we have figured out a way to have K through 3 in small group instruction with certified teachers in front of them every single day of the week. By redeploying some of our elementary and reading teachers into classrooms, we suspended, unfortunately, Sequest. We suspended some of our math AIS. A lot of those teachers will be redeployed back into classrooms at a smaller ratio, staff to student ratio in our smaller classrooms. Because we are redeploying some of those folks back into classrooms, there will be some decreased in-person RTI services and non-mandatory reading services to children, but we will provide alternate instruction via individualized computer applications. We feel that putting kids in small groups and having them every day will allow our teachers to move them forward even better than we could have in groups that are slightly larger. We will need to hire additional teaching assistants. In the 5th grade classrooms, they will be spending half the day with a teaching assistant and half the day with their teacher. In some buildings, that will mean that they will have to switch classrooms. We will clean and disinfect in between so that when they switch classrooms, they are moving into a cleaned and disinfected classroom. In some buildings, they will not need to move classrooms. In some buildings, there's enough classrooms at this point that we can separate those groups in half, and they will both have home bases that they don't need to move around in during the day. We will likely need some additional teacher aides, mostly because we are putting lunches in the classrooms. And while the teacher is eating lunch, a teacher aide would be supervising the group of kids that are eating lunch in that classroom. We are likely to need health aides. One of the reasons that is because we need to monitor the daily attestations of health, both by our staff and by our students. We spoke earlier about transportation and the fact that in a bus that normally has 66 students, we are likely to only be able to fit 22 students, as the guidance right now is suggesting. And due to that, the bus runs are actually going to be longer. There's going to be more bus runs, so the bus hours that the bus drivers will have to work will be extended, which will mean that we will be paying overtime for our bus drivers to do the routes basically twice for each elementary school. We will probably need to be reassigning some of our custodians to time slots when our students are in the buildings. And because of that, we will not be able to open the buildings for the community at night. Again, we're not looking at ideal because we're not looking at business as usual. We're trying to make the best of a bad situation and make sure that we keep our students engaged in good educational scenarios while keeping our faculty, staff, and students as safe as possible in this pandemic. I'm going to ask you, Jesse, to move forward one slide, and I'm going to ask Mrs. Santo to come back and just talk about some things that we know are going to be questions that the community has.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, just 2 seconds. There I am, thank you. Okay, so in response to are all students capable to come back to school, or what preparations will we have if people opt out or choose to self-educate? Let's look at K through 5. Right now, will the district be providing virtual learning for students who do not report for in-person instruction? The district will be providing K through 5 in person and 6 through 12 blended models as outlined, and virtual instruction in accordance with the CDC guidelines. These will be the only models offered unless otherwise directed by the governor's executive order, or others may be considered based on individual circumstances. In accordance with the board policy of 1741, parents who decide not to enroll their students for next year may, pursuant to the regulations of the commissioner, the Part 100s, may elect to homeschool their own children. If that is the case, they must require, pursuant to policy and Part 100 regulations, they must produce an IHIP, an individualized home instruction plan. And as such, this department must monitor the regular and quarterly progress of the student, the reported works and grades and attendance, and monitor that accordingly. If you remember last year when there was a change to the religious exemption allowance, in relationship to immunizations, we had an increase in homeschooling that is permissible by law and also the right of the parent. So that is one option that may be coming forward. I can tell you at this juncture, I have only had one request as to if in fact a parent elected to go on homeschooling and they did not think it was suitable for their child, could they re-enter? And the answer is yes. There is no limitation to re-entering once you attempt to go on home. The other piece is my child has a medical condition that would preclude them from in-person education. So the question therein is what instance would prevent a child from coming to school? And that would be only that which is substantiated by a doctor's note. We recognize, and our survey indicates, that there are some hesitations or heightened anxiety about returning to school. And more specifically, we could say venturing back to the unknown. And very often, without an understanding that those questions can ruminate in one's head or in a parent. Instead, if we could be, hello? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I heard someone call my name. If we can be communicative before school starts and reassure all the protocols that we have set forth to have the year as seamless as possible in an abbreviated structure with all the assurances of protocol and cleaning, in social distancing, in PPE, in adherence to protocol, in upholding the standard, wearing our masks and remaining socially distanced, then let us hope that we will not have any diagnoses and have greater confidence in returning. If for those students that are not able to because of a medical reason, because I have some students that were on home tutoring last year and their condition remains, they will start the new year on home tutoring, but it must be sanctioned on a doctor's note. I just bring to your attention, if there are things like fear or anxiety, while they're noteworthy, and we will provide any assistance via mental health or support to dissuade or discourage and change that mode of thinking, that is not a legitimate reason to stay home or receive home tutoring, because we all fully acknowledge that the best learning environment is that in the schoolhouse. So we have options of tutoring for medical reasons. Parents have the legal right to opt to homeschool their own child. If just to reiterate the distinction between the two, homeschooling, there's no affiliation with the school activities. If a parent homeschools, then they are truly independent, except for if there was a child with special needs, and legally they would have the right to special education services. But a gen ed student is separate and works in isolation with the parent. I think that covers it all, Dr. Adams.
Thank you. So the last slide are two questions I know that have been asked of other school districts when they gave their presentation, so I thought I would answer them right away. Will the district offer childcare? So the district has extended its before and after school care relationship with Scope. So provided that there is enrollment, all childcare that was in effect last year remains in effect. Also, how will lunch be provided to students on virtual instruction days? It's mandatory that students have access to nutrition as part of the Child Nutrition Act, or on the days that a child is on virtual instruction in grades 6 through 12, there will be grab and go lunches available from the 2 middle schools and the high school in a similar fashion to how we provided nutrition support when our students were, when we were closed for the COVID closures. So that has already begun the discussion. Miss Villarreal has begun that discussion with our food service providers, and we'll make sure that that occurs. So the final slide shows that opening day for students will be Thursday, September 10th. That is a slight change from the calendar that was published and the board approved earlier this year, or late last year. We recognize, and Mr. Middleman spoke about this earlier, that this is a change in practice for everyone, and our teachers need to work together with each other on curriculum mapping with their district directors and their administrators, just to make sure that we can move the educational system forward. We will have some days of work prior to the students returning on Thursday, September 10th. Again, I will reiterate that this presentation will be on our brand new tab on our website entitled Reopening 2020. We will be putting all the guidance that we've already received from SED, the CDC, the DOH. These guidance documents need to be evolving as quickly as we can understand deeply what are in them, and then we get questions that change the answers, and so we're evolving, and the plan is a framework, and there are going to be questions that still need to be answered, and we're working hard to make sure that happens. I do want to thank the collaborative efforts that we've had with our administrative staff, our bus and our transportation staff, our food service staff, our teachers, our community, our stakeholders. We're all invested in making sure that we have the best educational experience that we can for kids, with the most face-to-face time that we can have safely with our teachers. We know that the schoolhouse is the place that the bulk of the learning happens, because our teachers are fabulous teachers and we need our kids to be in front of them. We will also be working really hard for the rest of the summer to make sure that the virtual part is as rigorous as we possibly can make it, and making sure that we're moving forward with the curriculum in New York State. Once again, I will also send out a survey link to our parents for any questions that they still have after this presentation, and we will put an FAQ in that link under the Reopening 2020 menu on our website. So I guess at this point, I'm going to ask Jesse to keep the PowerPoint presentation up, so that way, if the board has questions, we can refer back to some of the slides to help illustrate and answer your questions.
The board does have questions. Lee is first, and then Mark has a question, and then it will be Mylin, and then Jackie. So Lee, you are up. Lee? Is Lee on, Jesse?
Here.
Okay. Lee, you're up first with the questions, and Mark will follow you.
I'm just going to talk about right now, on the elementary page. Whoever wants to answer can answer. I guess this would be Dean. They lost so much instruction last year. How is that going to be worked into the curriculum this year? This coming year?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. Based on the type of instruction that's going on, we were able to put in place some summer learning opportunities for our elementary students in kindergarten, first grade through grade 6, which is eSpark. It's a adaptive online mathematics and literacy program that all of our elementary students have access to. It is a program that allows for a lot of student independence, not much parent oversight, and from a research standpoint, it's about 10 minutes twice a week. On top of, we do have a committee led by Mr. Pollock and Ms. Moser, with a lot of our elementary teachers on it, who have been looking at the gap in skill committee. They met earlier this summer. Once we have the plans finalized, I know that there's a goal to meet at the end of the summer to start looking and identifying major gaps and weaknesses that have been identified, and then start to build those in and spiral those skills into the next year's curriculum. It's going to be a daunting task, which is going to require a tremendous amount of work that will be ongoing. We're going to have to look at some sort of assessment method to see where all of our students are and get some benchmarks, and then hopefully be able to spiral those skills and concepts into their ongoing curriculum.
Okay. The next question I have, teaching assistants, when they're in the class half the day, what are their responsibilities versus the teacher? Right? Isn't the 4th and 5th grade divided?
Yes.
Half day teacher and half day?
Yes, absolutely. So the teaching assistant is able to provide assistance under the direction of a teacher.
Okay.
There would be lessons and some work that the kids would be doing independently. We also are working with our elementary principals to do any kind of pull-out special instruction, like library sciences or art, during that period of time, so that kids are the most exposed to a certified teacher at that time as well.
Okay. All right. And when you talk about bringing the children to school, and you're going to need 2 buses, how does that work in terms of time in the classroom? If they're coming in separately, how does that work? Like one bus comes in at 8:05, then they have to go out and get another group, and then they come in at 8:20. How does that work?
That's exactly correct. It's about 20 minutes of difference between the first group coming in and the second group coming in. We anticipate using that time for a variety of different things. One of them may be, as now we're looking at classes that are 16 or smaller on the elementary level. So if I have a class of 16 and 7, 8, or 9 come in that first group, we can help them move into the classroom, wash their hands, get them settled for the day, maybe we can do some mindfulness activities, some things that will kind of get them moving into the day, even do a quick morning meeting and check in with kids. That way we can check where they are emotionally. The next group of kids will come in about 15, 20 minutes later, and the teacher will then have one group settled and be able to deal with the next group. So we're hoping that actually helps that staggered transition as kids get into the classroom, because we know we want to schedule the washing of hands in over a variety of time over the day, and that would be kind of a perfect time to do something like that. The first group who comes in will be leaving 20 minutes earlier than the second group, so it will reverse in the afternoon.
Right. Okay, only one other question. One other question for the elementary, and then I'm done. I know you're suspending FLES and Sequest, but isn't there a way to maybe bring computer science and engineering into the classroom for everybody? Is that not workable, Dean?
To answer that?
So we, so this is a really challenging question
I know.
because of the fact that, all of these programs really enrich the lives of our kids and really provide something that we're, I think, from the board level to the community level, very proud of. So it's, we are looking constantly at the enrollment numbers and the section size numbers, and Mr. Kolahifar and myself, and that will determine how many teachers we need to pull from those other areas in order to provide, those classroom teachers for the smaller sections for the kindergarten through grade 3.
Right.
Based on that, we'll come back to the board with some recommendations about, which areas that we can pull from and which areas we can hopefully maintain as we go forward.
And the scope before and after school childcare is available. This is the traditional scope for all elementary students in one building? Or will it be broken down to different buildings?
We have scope in multiple buildings, not in all of them, but we do have scope in multiple buildings.
Okay, all right. That's all, I'm done.
Okay, Mark, you're up. Your questions.
I just wanted to know, I had sent something to Bridget and John Allen about a temp thing, and I was wondering if the administration had looked at it about where they take your temperature when you're walking into the building, and it does X amount of students at a time. It does a whole bunch of different things. Did you guys look at that?
So,
Linda?
Well, many districts are looking into it. In the guidance, the SED guidance, it's actually preferable to have the parent or guardian screen prior to the school. They're on page 22 of the 140-page document, they actually say it's preferable for it to happen in the home. So I do know that there are some districts who are putting those screeners in place at the doorways. They're thousands of dollars. And really the guidance is suggesting that it's preferred to do that at home. So
I understand that. I'm listening to what you're saying, but I looked at the brochure and stuff, and I gave it to John Allen, and I think it's up to us to make sure the kids' temperatures are correct and stuff like that. You're actually relying on parents that some aren't even home, and then you're relying on high school students to take their own temperature. And I heard you guys say that you're relying on them. I don't want to rely on them because it takes 1 or 2 students to spread the COVID disease. The temperature should be taken out at the doors. We should be proactive. but we're letting things happen before. I don't feel like we're accomplishing things. The guy was going to give a free demonstration, and you guys didn't even do that. I don't understand. Now, that's why I'm a little bit upset about this, because it was something that I thought was productive for the students and for the safety. And you guys are sitting here chanting about how it's safety, safety, safety. And you're more worried about a logo on a face mask, which isn't even cost effective. I'm just not feeling it. I couldn't understand why we wouldn't even look at it and bring it up to the rest of the board members. I've never brought it up to the rest of the board members. I expected you guys were going to do that, but I see it just went in and out, and I think it's something that should have been looked at a lot better.
Can I respond, Mark?
No, I don't even.
Lee, let's go in order the way we said we were going to go in order, and then you can come back in at the end.
No, I don't mind, but I just want us to be a little proactive.
Other people have questions too.
Okay, but we're on this question, so let her respond. I don't mind. We should be proactive.
No, I believe it might work in secondary. However, in elementary, kids have fevers because they have a strep throat. They have fevers because they have belly aches. They have fevers because they just have fevers. And that parents usually know that before they come in by the way they act. However, in secondary, I would be interested in learning more about it because no one's really monitoring them like they do their babies.
I'm going to ask.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say.
So I'm going to ask Mrs. Santo to kind of bring in her opinion since she's our working on our medical part of the plan.
Yes, thank you, Dr.
Well, Gail, did you see the brochure?
Well, no, sir, I didn't see it. I'm not sure if I saw your brochure, but I did make inquiry and I priced the item. So there were two schools.
What was the price on it?
There were two schools of thought. Well, one machine was $35,000. And then I found others as low as $3,500. So
okay, and
we looked at two schools of thought. First, to take the child's temperature. There's also purchasing the hands-free thermometer. I also spoke to a local company that we could have paid an hourly rate for persons to stand at the doorway to take each child's temperature. So we entertained student to student temperature reading. The problem in that scenario is that it would impact the start time significantly. We would need so many people on staff. If you
not with that item. I don't think you looked at the item.
I'm just giving you the three. We did do legwork and we made comparative decisions. So one was the temperature, that would have been a problem. So then we went to the wave, the body temperature. And you're right. That focus is point of entry. You're supposed to pass it and it should detect a body scan and a temperature rather than individual focusing on each forehead. That ranged from $3,500 to $35,000. Of course, we would need multiple units in each building. Then, as Dr. Adams has said, so we explored the different options, but then only last week we received the new regulations, and it does use the word preferred. That I think what the state and the Department of Health is trying to reinforce is, though I know that we are entrusting that the parents will be forthright and say that if they're saying that their child didn't have a fever, then they didn't have a fever. So I hear your point, but the focus of the state.
You hear the word you're saying, Gail? Gail, you're saying preferred. What's wrong with both?
No, but
how about we ask the lawyer for the interpretation of that law?
Let me just finish this, please. What they want to prevent is anyone at the doorway of the school. If someone comes in and they have a fever, or we detect it at the point of entrance, then I either have to turn them away, and there may not be a car waiting, or we have to invite them in and put them in the isolated room. So that's the variable. I hear what you're saying. I truly do. So
variable is that let them in school, and you're choosing to let them in school. I don't understand.
No, I'm saying if someone's at the
come up with and if they did have a temperature at the door, what to do?
They have to be released to a parent. So if they came on a bus, so now there's potential exposure on the bus, if the
I
parent-
understand that. You need to come up with a plan. I'm all for it. What I'm saying is I'm shocked that we didn't, you looked into this. There was a person that would give a free demonstration and we didn't follow through with. That's what I'm a little upset about.
Okay.
Safety, 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 and we just drop the ball all the time.
Well,
That's
with
it.
all due
Doesn't mean
respect-
I'm right. I'm not here to fight with you. I'm giving my opinion and my thought.
Absolutely,
That's
sir.
it. I could be wrong. I'm not looking to argue with you about it. Just giving my thought about it.
I just wanted you to know that we did explore the three, and then based on the final recommendation, I believe that that last path was chosen because of the most recent dictate from the guidance. But I hear your concerns.
Gary,
Wow.
what that last the thing that Gail's talking about, the last dictate from the state, the preferred method. Do you know what?
Yes.
Do you have any insight on that?
Yes, it's as was said. I believe, based on all the reading I've done, that the rationale is that the preferred method is that the parents check their own children at home before putting them on the bus, driving them to school, or having them walk to school. As a secondary measure, schools, of course, are free to and encouraged to view students that may be exhibiting symptoms when they arrive at the school. So that's the secondary check. As far as the current state of the law, there's nothing that would legally prohibit you from checking the children when they arrive at the school as well.
Wouldn't it behoove us as a district to do that so that we don't let infected children in with everyone?
Eileen, you're talking about 7,000 kids.
Hold on, Jackie. I want to hear from the lawyer. Hold on. Again, I don't know. I didn't see the brochure. I know nothing about how many kids it scans at once or anything like that. So, Gary,
I never showed any of the.
our liability, if we let in it. My question is this, Gary. Our liability as a district, if a child comes in and we're not taking the secondary precaution, and he or she turns out to have COVID and infects the whole classroom, even at 16 kids, that's a lot. Isn't that our fault then?
Well, as a general rule, I don't like to share a legal opinion about the school district's exposure to a negligence claim in public before sharing it with the board. But let me just say this, that the guidance as it exists as of 10:30 tonight is encouraging districts to have parents screen their own children, rely on that screening, and as a secondary measure, examining. And when I say examining, observing children when they arrive at school to make sure they don't have any symptoms on the list of symptoms. You're not legally required to do your own screening of those children. However, the potential exposure to a school district would be is if they allow students to walk around knowingly with symptoms that they should uncover as a reasonably prudent individual running a school and supervising children.
Okay.
So as a lawyer, I can only tell you what's legally required and what's legally allowed. And what's legally required is that students, staff, visitors, etc., all have a mandatory screening and mandatory, questionnaire asking the questions, and that it be done either by the parents themselves or by you as a school district, or both.
Okay. So, thank you, Gary. I appreciate that. So, Mark, what you said made sense. It is something that we should probably look into further and get more information on. I'd like to see that brochure if I could.
That's why I brought it up, because nothing's
Yeah, I
been done.
appreciate that.
I brought this to the attention about 3 weeks ago, and it seems like we just wait and wait. We need to be proactive on things. We need to start moving.
Yeah,
we need to
especially
take
with the pandemic.
and to rely on parents to take temperatures and the high school students to take their own temperatures. A lot of parents aren't home, so I'm not saying it's difficult enough for some parents to get their kids ready in the morning and get to work.
Right.
And we need to support them, and we need to be a backup. We need to have more than one thing to do this. It's my opinion, my thought, and I also know it's very contagious. So if we let two people in with it, it's going to domino effect. So I'm just trying to be proactive with my thoughts.
Okay. Jackie, did you have any more comments on that, or are you ready for your own questions? Oh, Mark, do you have more
I have
questions?
my own questions. I have
Okay, Mark,
questions.
do you have any more questions?
No, I'm good. I just hope that we start to make better decisions moving forward. That's my opinion. Don't take it personally. I think
I
we
don't
need
take
to.
anything personally.
No, okay.
I know. I know. All right, Mylene, you are up, and then Jackie, you're up.
Thank you. Okay, so my first question
Thank
is,
you.
what do we do about fire drills? Hello?
So that's a really good question, Mylan. And the guidance is such that we are allowed to do virtual fire drills where we would explain to kids in a video form what they would do in a fire drill and in the various emergency lockdown drills that we would that we are mandated to perform. We can also do it so that it is a staggered fire drill. So you can call out a classroom at a time so that the kids know, what exits to go through and where to gather away from the emergency vehicles. And we're permitted to do pieces of the building. We're permitted to do every other classroom and then and move through that way. That has been given to us as a loosening up of the mandatory drills, having them slightly differently so kids don't congregate. One of the things that will happen in each one of the building level plans, which are not permitted to be viewed by the public, is they will have different sites for kids to gather so that kids aren't as congested in single areas as well.
Thank you. Okay, my next question is the grade 4 and 5 instructional day. What does that look like? So I heard you mention that you're going to have TAs on the second part of the day. Where will our teachers be on the second part of the day? What does the classroom instruction look like on the afternoon part of that day?
So these are details that we're still going to finalize. But what we're looking at is about 2.5 hours in the morning. Group A will be with the teacher and Group B will be with the teaching assistant. The teaching assistant will be supervising and monitoring things that the kids are working on. Hopefully by then we will have Chromebooks for the child. So we will have those Chromebooks with those kids being able to work on assignments that are been given in, whether it's in Google Classroom or on eSpark or any programs under the supervision of the teaching assistant. Lunch occurs and then we split and the teacher goes to the room that the teaching assistant was in the morning and they teach to the kids face-to-face in the afternoon. The teaching assistant goes to the room where the teacher was and the work commences with the teaching assistant that the morning group did. They will do it, the afternoon group will do in the afternoon under the supervision of the teaching assistant.
So we're asking our TAs to be teachers in that scope.
Teaching assistants are able to do small group instruction under the direction of a teacher. They're not going to be teaching new material. They're going to be monitoring when students are working on material that the teacher has presented.
Okay, so my next question is, how do we ensure equity among all our elementary kids, our middle school kids, our high school kids? And have you seen equity among the buildings during the virtual learning period?
I'm not really sure how to answer that, Mylan. How do I ensure equity? So our kids are in classrooms with certified teachers who do an excellent job teaching. So we're actually going to have kids in smaller groups. So there's more concentrated time individually with our teachers. So we have equity district-wide because we have instructional programs that have been rolled out by our curriculum directors and our assistant superintendent of curriculum instruction district-wide across the last few years. So there's equity in those kind of instruction. There may be some teachers who were not in those classrooms where that instruction was happening. And, Mr. Middleman spoke earlier about the professional development that we know that we're going to need to provide for some of our teachers who may not have been in the same grade level that they might be teaching this year, or maybe not in the same type of classroom that they might be teaching this year. So we will be providing time for that, as well as some additional opportunities for curriculum and writing of lessons for distribution this year. So development is not going to stop just because we're in the pandemic. We may actually need more professional development to make sure that all of our teachers have that level playing field of instructional pedagogy that we've been working on for the last few years.
Okay, so I was watching a virtual meeting of one of the other districts, and I saw, I believe it was Comswag, that was actually begging parents if they could drive their kids to school. Is that an option? Would that alleviate?
You mean alleviate bus runs?
Yes.
We still need to provide the opportunity for kids to be on a bus, even if their parent says that they're going to opt them out, because they may change their ability to transport their child to school. So I think it's dangerous to say that we will, we ask our parents, how many of you would be willing to drive all year, but then their circumstances changes and now all of a sudden we don't have enough seats because we're only allowed to put 22 on a bus as of the guidance right now. So I think that might be dangerous because I've got to look back at what it was, but it was like 70% of our parents said that they would definitely use the buses this year. So is a third and not to run that second bus loop? We could determine that, and I think maybe Miss Villarreal can have that discussion with Mr. Garverick and see if we want to assess that with our elementary parents, because that's really where the problem lies, because everyone is in every day. So the bus runs would have to be split in half to have that happen. But we can actually assess that. I just don't know. And maybe the lawyers can help us with this. I'm pretty sure legally we have to provide a seat on a bus for any child who's entitled to it by our guidelines. So even if a parent said, no, I'm not going to use transportation, we do have to provide for typical ridership.
No, you make an excellent point, because if a parent can drive, they say the kid 4 days a week, and they can't do it the 5th day a week. So you make a good argument to keep the double runs in the morning. So that's a good argument to think about. So as far as the Google Classroom goes, will that be unified in all of our grades? So will every class be provided a Google Classroom instruction if by chance we go to a virtual platform? Because from what I understand, and again, I don't know this to be true, but were some assignments just delivered via email and Google Classroom was not utilized as much as it should have been, or vice versa?
So I could speak to that. In the last remote learning plan, teachers had discretion over the platform that was used, and based on feedback from both our instructional staff as well as our families, identifying a primary platform is the most ideal, and that's something that we've been in discussions with the CTA about, and they are in agreement about that. And Google Classroom will be our primary platform for delivering instruction remotely.
Yeah, from what I gather, it was just easier even for the parents because all the assignments were in one place. So if a teacher used another platform, then you would have to log on to that platform, and just gathering from what parents were telling me that just keeping it all on Google Classroom just made it a little bit easier just to watch what their children were doing.
Yeah, I
Um,
think everybody's in agreement with that.
Yeah. So so now in our secondary level, in particular to the high school, we're talking about kids changing classrooms. Will we be providing, say, kids something if they want to wipe down their desk because somebody had used that desk the period prior?
Mr. Allen, do you want to jump in on some of the
Well,
guidance?
yeah, the guidance clearly says that students are not able to participate in the cleaning or disinfecting of buildings. Going back to the guidance we received back in March, though, the CDC does recommend having appropriate wipes available to the staff. So our plan at this point is to make sure we have available wipes in all instructional spaces throughout the district. That's what we are allowed to do.
Okay, so I also heard that we're going to use our custodial staff that normally does the afternoon shift. We're moving them to the day shift. And will that satisfy the requirements that we need to keep our buildings sanitized the best we can?
So nothing is written in stone as of now. That is just a first blush proposal to get the conversation started and just show that we're looking at how we're going to maximize resources during the most important times. We have additional staff available to us in the form of sub-custodians. We have maintenance workers, we have grounds people, we have a whole litany of people that, as situations present themselves, as we get into this and we understand what we're able to do better, in some buildings than others, we're going to be dipping into all of our resources.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this will work. It might work on the elementary and secondary level, because we talked about ventilation, we talked about air conditioning, and making it easier for our children and our staff to get proper ventilation. Is there a possibility or even a thought to entertaining maybe some outdoor classrooms when the weather is, it's cool enough, not too cold, not too hot, where we can get people outside to get the fresh air? I guess Linda or Dean, you would have that question.
Yeah, I think that has been, obviously we're looking to minimize as much movement as possible, but I think that would be a viable option depending on the location of the classroom and the weather permitting.
Okay, I know on the elementary level, in particular to the kindergarten and first grade, I remember occasionally teachers would like some outdoor instruction, and I think the kids seem to enjoy that. Plus, it's fresh air, and that's one of the things that we can use to help with the they say you're safer outdoors than you're indoors, so that I would think that would be somewhat of a viable option. Is the other option, are we going to provide, say, rubber gloves or anybody who feels that they need it just to feel an extra barrier of protection?
I can speak to the only time that gloves are mandated or when the health professionals, namely the nurses, are in contact with anyone that is symptomatic. And if that's the case, we will have to provide gowns, a mask, a shield, and gloves for the nurses for that isolated room if they were to come into contact with anyone.
No,
that is-
I understand that piece, but if a teacher wants to have rubber gloves in the class, the plastic gloves or the rubber gloves, oh, I'm sorry, not rubber, but like the disposable gloves, I mean, do they have the option, just to make them feel a little bit more secure?
It hasn't been provided as a PPE. I can tell you that it was even questionable if gloves, if not used properly, can also transmit. So that's why it wasn't part of the mandated PPE, but I believe. But if it were to be requested as an option, we can make that available.
Okay, the other thing is papers, books, and things like that. Are we going to provide that every kid use Chromebooks in the classroom to alleviate some of the transfer of paper going back and forth?
That has definitely been a discussion point. Obviously with the purchase of the Chromebooks, the intent is that students have access to them both in school and at home. We did have conversations about going paperless in a variety of different settings, and we're still discussing that potential.
Again, I think just so that's alleviating one surface of anybody having to touch. I know that we've had a discussion prior that there's always the uncertainty of Como cutting back some of our state aid. Do we know if any federal aid will be provided because we have to make these accommodations?
I've heard nothing to that effect at Mylan. I know that they're talking about the COVID relief discussions are happening, on Capitol Hill. But we have heard no indication that things are coming the ways to schools. I know the governors of all the different states have proposed that, but I've heard nothing to that effect.
Okay. Yes, I think I heard something on the news, but I'm not very familiar with it. Are we going to supply the PowerPoints that were demonstrated today on our district website?
Yes, they'll be on the newly created Reopening 2020 tab on our website.
Okay, I just want you to verify that scope is paid for by parents and it's not something that the district pays for?
Correct. Scope before and after school care is paid for by parents privately.
Okay, and my last question, and thank you.
PowerPoint.
Thank you. And yes, if you could just make it clear that parents know that that's a paid option. And my one last question, thank you for your patience, is I understand that there's been some discussions, in particularly it's like to the New York City level school system about the voucher system. Could you tell me anything more what you know about the voucher system?
I don't know anything about it as far as New York City or as far as out in Suffolk County.
Well, from what I gather, there's an opportunity. I think there was money provided through the federal for a voucher program, so that a parent may use another source of education.
I'm unfamiliar with that, Mylan. I'm sorry.
Okay, if I find any literature on it, I'll email it to you. But thank you for your time.
Okay,
I'm up.
You're up, Jackie.
Okay, I'm going to ask a couple of questions, Linda, and I guess it'll really be for you and Dean mostly. And you guys could just answer it all together at the end. I'm just going to ask a couple. And actually, Gail might even be able to jump in for one. Why not throw away disposable masks for hygiene purposes and possibly getting the teachers' face shields? We use them at work. They were actually very good along with the disposable masks. I mean, kids or teachers or anyone who wants to wear their own masks should absolutely, when they feel comfortable, do that. But I just feel like these have a better hygiene of, you don't have to worry about if someone doesn't wash them, these would just throw them away. I understand there might be more of an expense, but it was just an idea. More, how realistic is it that we can take away all the fun aspects of school and expect kids to be focused and engaged in learning? How realistic is it that these plans are actually going to work without a teacher, a student, a staff member getting sick, whether it be from COVID or whether it be from the common cold and we think it's COVID? What kind of precautions and what kind of procedures are we going to have in place? If one of them gets sick, are we going to quarantine the whole class? I know we spoke about it, but how exactly are we looking at doing this? Will teachers have support in the classroom? I know we're speaking about putting up to 16 people, but are we expecting them to do it all and be it all for these children, especially at the elementary level, where there definitely will be additional needs, especially mental needs? We have no idea how these kids are going to be coming back to school. How realistic is it that we can keep young children socially distancing, K-2, 3, 4 even? These kids are going to be happy to see one another if we return to school. Have we looked into plastic dividers to put on the desks. Maybe instead of having to wear masks, if that's the issue, because there are going to be children that I feel are going to have an issue, especially in the lower level grades. How safe are children being vulnerable outside during instruction if we do outdoor instruction, which is very nice, but how is it actually going to be safe? Are we going to be able to hire or have additional security on hand? We're talking about extra expenses because now we can't expect doors to protect children. We can't expect, the vestibules to protect children. We can't expect, 1 or 2, 3 security guards to be everywhere all the time. So here's the issue. We're going to talk about having kids outdoors and in the fresh air. We have to also look to possibly then add a few staff over there as well. So, and I understand that a lot of teachers and children will be coming back with anxiety. I mean, this virus has definitely scared a lot of people. We do have to, unfortunately, at some point, get back to the schools. I just want to do it at a safe time. I definitely want my children back in school as a parent, but as a board member, I worry if these plans are actually going to be effective or work. I see so many issues. And again, I know people say to me, Jackie, it's masks, kids can wear the mask, they'll be fine. If they're not, keep them home. Okay, that's all good and great. But we're talking about having a small children wearing a mask in a hot school, in a hot classroom all day, and then expecting one teacher to supervise 16 children and make sure that they're wearing their masks the right way. We're asking, I'm honestly saying that some of these ideas I think are great on paper, but in reality, how are they going to work?
Linda, can you answer her questions?
So I'm going to say to Jackie the same thing that I've been saying all night long. None of this is ideal. We're dealing with a situation where the world is in a pandemic. We're trying to figure out the best way to bring kids back into the educational system with the best experience they have. I know what you're saying, Jackie, is absolutely true. How do we take the fun out of education, the center learning, the collaboration between kids, the socialization aspect, and expect engagement?
Well, even Linda, even at the high school level, how do we take away children who are trying to go to college on sports? There's so many things that if children aren't depressed and aren't facing anxiety, they most definitely will once they see what this year looks like.
I don't disagree with you. I totally agree with what you're saying. We, as well as every other school district in New York State and across the country, are struggling with all of these same discussions. When we put this plan on paper and we poke holes into it, because everywhere I go, I say to people, please poke holes in this. Here's the way I'm thinking it. Are you thinking it that way? Mrs. Santo, are you thinking it that way? Mr. Middleman, you thinking it? Administrative staff, teacher staff, tell us where the holes are, because we know that there are holes, because school is designed the way school is designed, and now we're not dealing with those same structures. I hear about the outdoor and the vulnerability of potentially having people outdoors. We have kids out on the playground every single day, so I'm not sure I see it the same way you do with that, Jackie. And I get that. So if we can be outdoors with outdoor classrooms, grabbing our chairs and going outside and reading and doing math and really experiencing being outside and being able to potentially take off our face masks because we're 6 foot away from each other outside, what a nice break for everybody. Obviously today we wouldn't have been able to do that. It felt like 120 degrees out today. So that's always, weather permitting. And it is part of the Department of Health guidelines, as well as the SED guidelines, that get outside as much as you can, take your classrooms outside, take your instruction outside as much as you can when with weather permitting. So those are things that we're talking about, discussing. I hear what you're saying about elementary classrooms. We have not taken away the TAs or aides from the kindergarten classrooms. So there will be more adult hands in the kindergarten classroom because we know that we have a lot of needs. You asked about illness. What's the likelihood? It really depends upon the community infection rate. You can drive to all different towns right about now, and there are people who aren't socially distancing, and we're seeing the spike a little bit in Suffolk County from people who are having fatigue, pandemic fatigue. They want to be around their friends, and they're adults, and kids are going to take it even harder being around their friends and not being able to be as social as they want to be. So I fully understand that. We're trying.
Linda, I've said to you as a parent, I've called you. There have been days I called you during remote learning, and I said to you, I was ready to drop my kids. Lee, I was ready to drop my kids on your doorstep. I told her. I said, you guys could teach the kids. I'm not lying. I give teachers so much credit. I do not have the patience. God did not give me the patience to be a teacher. God bless. I said they have the patience of saints. And I know a lot of other parents feel this way because, that's why, I want to see my kids get back into a classroom. I want to see other people's kids get back into a classroom because there's nothing like face-to-face learning. And I think we all agree to that. Even when we've spoken with teachers, we know that there's nothing like it, but we just have to make sure it's done safely. And I do think, I know from experience that the numbers are down and we're not seeing COVID patients like we used to. But the problem that I see is that we have to be realist here. And when children get to see each other, some of these requirements, guidelines, or, and until the governor really gives his guidelines, a lot of this is all just shooting in the dark. But what I'm saying to you is not for nothing. It's just, to me, it just seems like if I'm being a realist, I'm saying it from a 5th grade parent's mindset. I can't picture my child sitting there and wearing a mask all day long. And I just wonder, how are we going to police it? How are we going to discipline children that are kind of like, who don't realize how serious it is? Because in reality, maybe it's touched some people. They've lost family members. This has really hit their family hard, but it hasn't hit maybe someone else's family hard. So it's hit someone maybe differently. Everyone's dealing with a very, very individualized situation in their own household or family. I just don't know how children, when they get together, which, like you said, it'll be, I guess, trial and error, how we're going to see. But I just don't want to see us make any mistakes that could cause, God forbid, anybody to lose their life. That's all. I mean, am I for kids going back to school? Yes. Am I for getting people back in the classroom and getting them back? Yes, I am. But I'm also for being a realist. And some of these ideas may not be really realistic. Maybe putting up dividers is more realistic. I don't know if telling a 3rd grader or a 2nd grader they have to wear a mask for 7 hours in a hot classroom, next to their little friend, that's gonna, I think it's gonna be difficult. That's all I'm saying. And I know that everyone knows that, but I just see it and I'm looking at these plans and it's just like, some of it is mind boggling. I don't know if I think you guys did a great job putting different plans together, but I mean, and for all districts, this is going to be hard. This is going to be very hard.
Agreed. Absolutely.
And Dr. Adams, if you would like to, for me to speak to the shields, the face shields that Ms. Jackie proposed.
Sure, thank you.
During the ESY training, that was a question for many of the staff over the summer school in lieu of the mask because it's a summer day and it's hot. And Dr. Gill had said, however, the shield, while permissible for certain related services, is not as secure as the mask. So if the shield were to be worn, a mask would still be required. So it would not replace the mask. The shield protects to an extent, but you still have to contain the droplets. And this was pursuant to the doctor's recommendation, Dr. Gill. But if you look at any medical facility, if they're wearing a shield, they're wearing a mask as well.
Well, Gail, I was saying that more for not kids. That was more for teachers. If teachers, I'm just saying to keep our teachers safe, we should provide them with whatever they need. You know, I want to make sure that my child goes back to school and doesn't have to worry about their teacher being sick because, you know, one of them came to school with germs either. We have, you know, I'm worried about the kids, but I'm also worried about the staff. You know, you gotta, you know, I don't want to see anybody get sick. But on the flip side, like I said, at some point we can't keep everybody in a bubble either. It's, you know, I see both sides, and we have to, like, if the governor gives us rules and guidelines, I feel like we have to follow them. If we're going to follow them for one thing, then we have to follow them for everything, which will lead up to the fields next, the kids' fields. That's next, Eileen. You know, if we're going to do one, if we're going to follow protocols and guidelines, then we have to follow all of them. And his guidelines don't say that kids, when they're 6 feet socially distanced, doesn't say that they have to wear masks. It just says that as long as they're socially distanced and all that. That was my point, is when I saw today, when I read through some of the information, I had thought that they weren't going to have to once they were doing instruction, because when Linda had spoken to me recently, a week or so ago, we had said, okay, so once they're at their seat and in instruction, especially elementary ed, they could remove the masks. The teachers would have the choice if they, you know, if they don't want to remove theirs, if they wanted to wear their face shield and mask the whole time or had to, that was up to them. But if they're all socially distanced, I mean, we go to restaurants and it's legal indoor restaurants now. We're in fourth stage to eat at a restaurant and take your mask off at a table, you know, 6 feet from from people you don't even know.
You're
so I'm just
right.
I'm just saying that if we're being reasonable, I'm just trying to look through what could possibly look like the first week of school. And all I can picture in my head, and I might be wrong, because again, I'm not an educator. I just see little children crying in the hallways and crying in classrooms because of being uncomfortable. It's like, it's a sad situation that children, there's no way to get away from what's going on if they never get a minute to actually be kids for a moment.
Well, we must incorporate mask breaks and be sensitive, and especially the younger the child, you know, we'd have to align with developmental readiness. But you raise a good point when you said, let's look at the precautions for all persons, so that you're looking both at our concerns are reciprocal for students as well as staff. So I think we were looking initially, once that there was a structured classroom and the social distancing of 6 feet was guaranteed, can a mask come off? Yes, it can. However, in having the multidisciplinary meetings with all facets of the district, including the teachers, they raised a very good concern, as well as we want to ensure that we know that when one wears the mask, it doesn't protect. I have a mask, and if I'm speaking to you, it protects me from you, and then your mask protects you from me, correct? So what are we conveying, or are the teachers going to be comfortable? And they had expressed not necessarily, that if the children there are 15 in total in a classroom and they're without a mask and they're presenting a lesson, they now are standing in front of 15 people that are looking in their direction, and they don't have that measure of assurance or comfort, and they too have concerns.
Well, you know, Gail, there was the other thing is I don't know which school it was, but one school opted, and I only saw one so far. There may be more. It's just that I only saw one plan this week when I was at work. Is doing, is giving people choices. That's another option. I know that costs more money. I understand everything has a price tag, but there is the idea that you could give parents options. I know the option is homeschooling, and I know that that we're not doing remote also, but maybe that is something that we should have asked the community, or maybe should have looked into, because I mean, I don't know. I you know, again, it's not my field, but to say that there are parents that are saying, what about remote? What if there are parents who just don't want to send their kids back under these circumstances? Now we're saying to them the only option they have is homeschooling, so they pay taxes for homeschooling. Yes. It's really unfair. It's really a double-edged sword, and I don't know what the answer is. I only know what I'm thinking in my head, which is I see both sides. You know, as a mother, I want my kids back in school. I don't care when I'm that parent that's going to drop them at the door with their masks on and say, see you later. Have a good day, kids. But the reality is it safe? Is it, and I know from sitting down, you have those excellent mental health plans, and I thank you for that. But I'm just so worried that there's going to be so many issues with some of these ideas, especially in the lower levels. And we don't even know. We have special ed children and special needs children that we don't even know how that's going to work out in middle school and high school. And we're also talking about not giving them instruction every day. And there are some other schools that are giving them instruction every day.
Mhm. Yes, well, you've raised very good issues. The thing is, how can we contain, how can we control, and how can we uphold protocols across the mass? And in having conversations with our colleagues, and that's teachers and supervisors, principals, etc., it was determined for the greater good that continuity would be the most consistent way of upholding standards so that the children would know what's expected of them. And if in fact that there are breaks that are needed, it should be done at a classroom level with the direction of the teacher, so it's coordinated. So we will make every effort to make it very clear that children will need inherent breaks. We will make it very clear that they will need movement, and if it's feasible to go outside and it works within the system of the emergency management and the principal supports it, we will give them those breaks as well. But if there's the concern was if there's deviation from the practice of wearing the mask, that would create more angst, more concern, and higher fear. And it's not the norm. There's no perfect system. Dr. Adams was very articulate in that stance. But my only counter is that we have learned to adapt in society. If you go to, I'm not promoting any pharmacy, any food store, you can see young children. Now it's not an entire day, but we incorporate the break. But I'm also hopeful that they'll be happier to be back in the greater social setting. Most students are anxiously awaiting to return. Parents want them to return for many reasons, but the students are enthusiastic about returning. It's very promising. That I expected more fear to be indicated from the parents' assessment of the children, because they've been out for a very long time and they miss their friends and they miss the structure, right? We've done a lot of parent trainings about developmental readiness and the tweens, and children are in conflict. They want to be independent, but they want structure and they want guidance. And when you're contained, families are loving and supportive, but they're not formal educational setting. So I think we have a lot of advantages and a lot of positives to take advantage of. And our first 2 weeks will be probably highly interesting. But I think that if we're informed, if the parents know what's required of the students, if we make it known to the students why we're doing, and the babies, we can talk to them in a way that's appropriate for them. I do think we can rise to the occasion. And I do think we are readily prepared. It's the sharing of the information, the communication skills, and making sure that everyone is on the same page before we start go.
Thank you, Gail. I actually, like I said, I know from your ruler program and all that you showed me, I'm looking forward to, at least when they get back to school, I know that they will have a lot of extra services and initiatives that they can take advantage of.
We've begun training this summer, madam, so it's very successful and it's very well received. Very well received, that people are staying on after the training, collaborating with their building team. So it's the opportune time to bring a program such as that in, and it's highly needed.
Well, thank you to all of the YFS, mental health staff, psychologists, guidance, anyone who's going to be there to support our kids. Thank you.
They're doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Eileen, I have one quick question. It'll take 1 second to answer.
Okay, go ahead.
The middle school and high school, they're doing alternate days because of not having enough room. Am I right about that?
The rooms in the high school tend to be smaller. than the size, the general square footage of the classrooms in elementary. Not fit.
But aren't they having one day home, one day in school?
Right, it's half and half. It's an 8A, B-day schedule.
Now,
alternate.
why are they doing it that way?
Because we can't fit them all in the building at one time.
That's the answer I was looking for.
Yes,
And that's the same with the middle school, correct?
correct. And the middle school will be cohorting. So the kids will be mostly in the same room most of the day, so that there'll be less mixing and mingling. Unfortunately, the high school schedule is a little more open than that. They have a lot more electives and courses to choose from. So there'll be a little bit more intermingling of kids. But it's just that we don't have enough teachers. Split schedules, and we can't fit them all in the classrooms. The classrooms are a little bit smaller.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have no questions because there's a lot of information to take in, and I think we all have to wait until Cuomo speaks. So I'm gonna hold on to everything until we hear the final judgment. The next discussion up is, where's the next discussion? Athletic fields. Listen, I think that one's gonna be long. Can we do foreign exchange students first? Does anyone mind? Hello?
No, I don't mind. It's almost 11:10.
Doesn't matter to me.
All right.
As long as we get to the fields tonight, Eileen, we have to get to that too.
We have, that's what we're working on. We got it. We didn't even get to the business of the meeting yet. We're still doing discussion. All right. So Linda, you want to tell us about the foreign exchange students, please?
Sure. So the district has a policy that allows students that are traveling to stay in homes in our district under appropriate visas to enroll in our school district. That policy's been in place for an extended period of time. It really used to be as part of the foreign exchange program where it'd be one student in, one student out. So while my child, who is a high school junior, is in France, the French student is in my child's bedroom and basically taking the place of that child. We don't have that very much anymore. What we do have is some kids coming in to the district and for a year, but there's no exchange generally. As of this point, however, we have not had any applications for admissions of foreign students, which is policy 5152. In light of the pandemic in the world, if the board would like to suspend that policy for the year, I would just need a vote to have that policy suspended for the year, and then the board, then there would be no application process and no students would be able to come in for this year.
I'm fine with that.
I think that's a wise decision.
I'd like to know the pros and cons before I vote. So, I mean, that's just a discussion. We would put it on for the next agenda, correct?
Yes, between now and then, though, if we get any applications, I don't know what that process might look like, but right as of now, we have no parents who are looking to enroll any of these students in the district. And Mrs. Santo, her office deals with this. So Gail, is there a timing issue on this if we don't work on it tonight?
No, not at all. You're
Okay.
absolutely right, Dr. Adams. Anyone that was here and promoted on, and there are no new entrants at this time.
Okay, perfect. So, yeah, Linda, you can add that for the next meeting and then we can vote on it then. This way I can
Okay.
do some.
Is there any
Okay.
information that you want from me, Eileen?
No, I can't think of anything right now, but then again, it's late. I'm sure I'll digest all of this and think about it tomorrow.
Okay, sure.
So then last discussion tonight is the athletic fields. Linda?
So we've received.
And this is where Gary may come in handy as well, by the way, just,
Yes,
he's still here.
Eileen, we got a bunch of legal documents. Did you read them? They came in email today.
So
No, we got them.
came into us. They came in July 10th. They came in July 17th. The latest guidance basically says, and I'm just gonna read a couple sentences, and I will tell you about some research that we did as a district quickly today. SED reopening guidance dated July 16th makes it clear that external community organizations that use school facilities are required to follow state and local health and safety protocols and comply with the applicable social distancing requirements and hygiene protocols. However, the state education department makes it the responsibility of the school district to ensure that such organizations comply with the requirements. Specifically, the SED reopening guidance provides that if any external community organizations are permitted to use school and district facilities, school districts must ensure such organizations follow state and locally developed guidance on health and safety protocols. Similarly, the DOH guidance to school Department of Health dated July 13th requires any use of school facilities or grounds by the general public must be subject to the same guidelines required during all other school operations. The document goes forward to say, it is unlikely, given the explicit directive to school districts to ensure that state and locally developed guidance on health and safety protocols are followed by external community organizations utilizing school facilities, it is unlikely that such a duty can be delegated to permit holders pursuant to the district policy. Therefore, it appears that the district is responsible for ensuring both the general public and permit holders comply with state and local guidance on health and safety protocols, such as the Department of Health sports guidance, while using school facilities. That's just something the board needs to consider. Obviously, the beginning of that document talks about that on June 14th, Governor Cuomo announced that low risk use for regions in phase 3 of reopening will be permitted to resume as of July 6th. Following this announcement, the New York State Department of Health released guidance dated June 18th that outlines the minimum requirements, precautions, and restrictions for all sports and recreational activities. Just a quick survey of our local districts around us to see where they were on this same policy, because every district has policies pursuant to the utilization of school facilities. Sachem, Hauppauge, Three Village, Eastside, Slip Central, Medford are not at this point permitting any permits for field usage or facilities utilization.
Linda, here's the issue.
Wait, Jackie, wait 1 second. First, who's ever got that noise in the background, you have to mute. And I also want to make sure that we know that I want to have Gary speak on this as to our liability for not just permit holders, but leaseholders as well. Then Jackie, you can ask a question first, and then, just text me who wants to go next.
I'll go next if you don't care.
So we're going to hear from Gary first about permit
Right,
holders.
Gary, yes, I think it's important.
Right, and then it'll be Jackie, and then you, Lee.
Okay.
Gary? I feel like saying Bueller.
Yes, I'm here. I just lost
Gary?
the connection for a moment.
Can you tell us the difference between our responsibility as the district before leaseholders as opposed to permit holders, and our liability for both, or what's our responsibilities?
Sure. So under the most recently issued guidelines, and that's within the last week, it's been made clear that a school district can, but is not required to allow community use of district facilities. And community use of district facilities really takes on two different forms. One would be simply having gates open for community access to tracks and fields. And the second being a more organized use by the community, such as what you're familiar with, a facilities use permit application, and allowing a group or a team to utilize, when I say team, community-based team, to utilize the district's field through a permit when the schools are not needed for school district purposes. Whichever of those two you as a board elect to allow, you have the same obligation, and that is to use your efforts to make sure that Department of Health and SED guidelines are adhered to by those that use your facilities, whether it be general public, walking a track, or whether it be a group that's issued a permit. And by that, I mean that gatherings not exceed 50 people, that social distancing is enforced, and that if people are less than 6 feet away, that they're wearing a mask. And so those are guidelines that you're required to enforce. What some districts have done, and I just did this in another district this within the last couple of days, and that is modifying the facility's use form itself so that when you have an organization that requests use of your fields, they are made aware right in the form itself of the obligation to adhere to Department of Health and State Education Department guidelines with regard to COVID-19. And some have gone so far as to also include some language about assumption of risk related to COVID-19 for people that are issued a facilities use permit. That's just another option available to the board. But I submit to you that even when a permit holder signs off that they're aware of their obligation to abide by all of those rules and regulations, which, as you all know, evolve, and it's a very dynamic set of rules and regulations. But even though the application would require them to comply with those rules and regulations, at least under the current state of the regs, it still remains the property owner, as in school district, your obligation to make sure they actually do comply with those rules.
Now, Gary, how does that differ from leaseholder?
I'm sorry, did you say leaseholder?
Yes, we have people that lease our fields, you know, our property. So that's different than a permit use. They actually lease it. They have a lease agreement. So how can you tell us our response to that?
I could research that further to see if there's any distinction whatsoever. However, it would seem to me that if you have someone that's leasing your property, and I don't have the actual lease in front of me, but in a typical school district lease, the lessee, the person who's leasing your property, is required to abide by your school district's code of conduct and all New York State laws. And right now, the New York State laws, which require you to follow the Department of Health protocols, they'd be obligated to follow them.
Yes, but what's
whether
our
it would be
ability to that?
Yeah, that I would want to research to give you a definite answer. But it just seems to me the rational answer, which is not always the legal answer, is that you wouldn't have the ability to transfer the board's obligation to make sure there's compliance with those laws through a lease to a third party, just like you can't transfer that obligation exclusively onto a permit holder. But I'll look into it for you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Jackie, you wanna ask your questions?
Yes. So here's the thing, Gary. Well, this is the thing. I want to know if we're going to follow the governor's guidelines, and we're going to follow them for one thing, we should be following them for all things. And if the governor's guideline is that little league sports can resume if they were the low risk sports, that was in the third stage. Now we're at the fourth. So obviously more little league sports can start. I understand that we can't have school sports starting yet, but that's from the governor's office. If we were allowed, I'd be all for it. I think that keeping kids in the house and thinking that they're not gonna have, honestly, more mental health issues, emotional and social issues going forward. I just think that it should be up to the parent. If a parent wants to allow their child to go play t-ball or soccer or whatever else, or track or whatever these other leagues are, these leagues support our children. If we don't allow them to use their permits, which they do have insurance, because to have the permits, they have to have their own insurance. Couldn't we give them with strict guidelines that they would lose their permit use if they didn't follow these guidelines? I mean, isn't there something we could do so that we could make all parties happy by opening the fields to, with these requirements, that the child can only have 2 spectators, these are the requirements that came right down. I read the governor's order, that a child can have 2 spectators, that there was a certain amount of people that could be at the one field at a time, that all these different things. Why couldn't we do that? Open the fields so that these places could actually get up and running, since 60% of their kids are from Connecticut. They're Connecticut kids. And a lot of them are little kids that the parents just want to get them back moving.
So as I mentioned earlier, it is entirely within your discretion to open one or all fields for use by community members and community-based groups. It's, however, your responsibility to make sure there's compliance. And certainly your facilities use request form even now probably contains a statement that if there's failure to comply with all the district's policies, the permit can be revoked. But certainly in light of this COVID-19 pandemic, we can respectfully suggest a modification of the permit to make it even clearer, as you suggest, that those individual permit holders that are not in compliance with the guidelines and regulations run the risk of having their permit revoked. The issue that some school boards are facing when doing this balancing test of opening the fields for community use and for use by organizations, when the governor's office has made it clear that school districts cannot operate interscholastic sports yet, the balancing test or balancing act the schools are doing is, do they have the resources to monitor or police and enforce those guidelines? And that's not a legal question. That's really for you guys to discuss and decide. But you're legally authorized to open those fields, but the people that use them have to abide by the social distancing rules.
Okay, can we motion? I'm not obviously not, but can I motion for a vote at the end of this? Let everybody speak.
Sure. You can make a motion and you can define what level of community use or permit use you're recommending, and see if it gets a second, then you can discuss it and vote on it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'd like to motion. Just, I don't.
Hold on,
should I
let
let
me
you go?
question. We're still in the
Okay.
discussion. Wait till after the discussion, and then you can make the motion. Lee.
Okay, you got it.
Lee, thank you, Jackie. Lee, go ahead with your question.
My question is, I guess this is to.
You gotta talk up, Lee.
Dr. Adams, do these kids play on playgrounds while other kids are playing sports? Do they have siblings that run around to the playgrounds? I mean, is that traditional? Linda, you there?
I'm sorry, I was unmuting. I'm sorry, it took me a second.
That's okay.
Yes, generally when they're on certain of our fields, if they have permits for, especially our elementary schools, the parents generally will let their other children who are not playing be on our playgrounds.
Okay, so who would clean that after these people left? Who would be responsible to clean the playground equipment?
So, reading the guidance and, listening to Gary speak about it, it appears that it would be us. I know that we could say that they would have to go and do that, but it said that, the way I'm reading it, and Gary, please help me, the way I'm reading it is really, it's the school district's responsibility to make sure that places are safe for everyone who's on our fields.
So,
Okay.
Dr. Adams, you're correct. Ultimately, the responsibility rests with the school district. However, when you have a permit issued and individual organizations are required to abide by Department of Health protocol and guidelines, that includes social distancing and proper cleanup. So you can make that a requirement of the facility's use.
Okay, now, next question. So they would be obligated to clean it. How do we monitor this when there's a lot of groups there? There's a lot of travel teams making big bucks, $3,500, $2,500 a child. I don't know if they're going to invest that money into having professional cleaners clean this stuff, and do they have the right stuff, and who monitors this? That's my second question.
Well, I think Gary kind of answered that question earlier as well. We would be responsible as a school district to.
Well, whoa, stop right there. How do we do that? Every night or 3 nights a week? Who do we have?
Who
do we have?
Do that.
Go look at this, go check out to make sure they're doing it correctly, or is it an honor system?
So
Linda?
Why can't we rope off though the playground? And Rockland Middle School doesn't have a playground.
How would we monitor all these groups on our property? We don't have
I
enough security
I think
because.
Mr. Stefanetta answered that as well, that we would need personnel. We would need to put security on, and we have a rover or two, but we certainly don't have enough to police every yard and every group of people at this point. And I, you know, Mr. Flynn was on earlier tonight.
What would it cost us to do that?
I have no idea. I would have to ask Mr. Flynn, and he was on earlier tonight. I don't know if he's still on or not.
Okay, because that's, I mean,
Mr. Flynn, you're.
Well, couldn't we charge the people with getting the permit to pay for it?
Yeah, I'm still on if you need, and you know, based upon an analysis of where you were going to get permits to, I could give you a number, and I think Mark was going down that road also. You know, whether we came up with a number and back charge facility, but I would need to know specifics to provide you know, accurate information on that.
So if I'm hearing this correctly, not only do we have to pay for security to make sure that they're following the distance, the social distancing piece, we're going to also have to hire our cleaning staff to come in and clean the facilities after they're done. So that includes the playgrounds, that includes any equipment, the gates or whatever, anything that's touchable surfaces. So that's also a gift of public service. So if somebody's going to use the field, they would have to pay our security and they would have to pay our custodial staff to make sure, because again, we have to know that it's our cleaning products and agents that are cleaning properly these fields and touchable areas.
That's correct, Mylan, and that's actually part of the permit process to begin with. Is when any staff is used for the public utilization of any fields or any of our classrooms or our auditoriums and the like, they are mandated to pay for those services because it cannot be done through taxpayer funds. So that is actually already part of the process.
So my other question is, especially in particular with the playgrounds, so you're gonna have kids, you know, using all the equipment and everything like that. Do you have the kids sanitize their hands before they actually use the equipment? Do they go on there with their hands and then touching everything and then we're cleaning it afterwards? So Johnny touches it first and then Mary goes to touch it afterwards, and then
But why couldn't we just close those? That's what I'm saying. Why can't
Jackie was
Okay,
talking.
everybody's talking over everybody. We can't have that.
So, I mean, so how do you know, so what's the sanitary part of this? If the kid has dirty hands, touching the equipment, somebody's coming on after that, they're touching the equipment, then you're spreading the virus that way. So you have somebody there constantly cleaning down the playground every 20 seconds?
Right. Can I ask, right, what is our liability?
Wait
in
a
all
second,
this?
Lee.
I thought I was asking questions. Everyone else jumped in.
I know, I'm trying to stop it. I don't know if you know this, but I am trying to keep a little order here. Linda, can you answer Mylene's question? But before you do that, we still have to differentiate between lease and permit holders. So I think this conversation is best, for after Gary does his research. That's just my opinion. So you can answer Lee's question. Mylan's question.
So the truth is, when we look at the guidance that SED has provided for use of the playgrounds, it talks about having our students wash their hands prior to going on the playground and then wash their hands before they re-enter the building, which is, I think, Mylan's point. So if I have kids coming from homes to the facility for let's just say a travel soccer game, a travel baseball game, whatever is happening this summer that we're looking to allow. We don't know where those kids have been, and we don't know if their hands were just washed. So I think, Mylan's point is, when it's our kids from our school using our playgrounds, we're mandated to make sure that they wash their hands before and then wash their hands when they leave. So their hands are cleaner when they touch the equipment to begin with. I don't know what the protocol would be for external use from people coming from all different homes and all the different places. I wouldn't even know what that guideline looks like, because that's not something I'm dealing with right now. But I would assume it would mean more cleaning. And are you going to ask to have custodial staff there cleaning after every child touches it? I don't believe that's possible. But that's a very good question that Mylan raised.
Okay, Lee, you're up now.
Okay, we're careful with our kids. We're making them wear masks. We don't let them on our fields. They can't play on our playgrounds right now, if I'm correct about that. And we have total control of what goes on in our property. What is our liability when we're letting everyone else go on our property and we don't have the staff to mandate it? And there's a spread of COVID. I'm just playing devil's advocate because I know our numbers went up from 116 to 130 in Oakdale right now. And I don't know what can possibly happen. I don't know, but I just think that we're so liable, and we're protecting our kids and our own kids in our own buildings and limiting them to all access of using our facilities, their brand new playgrounds. And then we're letting a bunch of other people, maybe it's 60% of our kids, maybe it's 50, I don't know, use the facility without the proper protocols on an honor system that we can't afford to monitor. What's our liability with all this? I guess, Mr. Stefano, you would have to answer that.
Okay, so if that's a legal question, you have there's different aspects of liability. So, for example, we know that individuals who violate social distancing laws that are in place are subject to being fined by the Department of Health. So we know that participants in an event where they violate social distancing, they themselves can each be fined. I think it's $1,000 per violation, first violation.
It was 500. It might have increased.
Well, it's unclear to me whether you, as the property owner, that is not exercising reasonable care to enforce the rules, whether you as a school district could also be subject to that fine. So that's the first liability potential. The second is for any claims that a person who is on your property, for any claim that they may raise that they contracted, for example, COVID-19 as a result of negligent care of the premises, not following Department of Health protocol. For claims like that, you have insurance coverage, and I would respectfully suggest that you have someone reach out to your insurance reciprocal if you are a nicer district and confirm that there would be coverage for any such claim, as difficult as it would be to prove that someone contracted the illness from your property. you'd want to be sure that you had insurance coverage that would defend and indemnify the district against any of those claims. So that's the other liability aspect of it. And lastly, we go back to where we sort of started, which is right now the guidelines make it pretty clear, the reopening guidelines and the guidelines from the state, that it's your responsibility to make sure that the social distancing is implemented. In terms of liability, as I say, you have insurance coverage for a claim. If it's a worker who alleges they contracted an illness as a result of the premises not being properly cleaned, that may very well be a workers' compensation claim and not a lawsuit against the school district. So as a lawyer, all I can do is tell you what your exposure is and whether a claim would be covered so that you'd have a defense and indemnification if a claim arose that was in fact successful. But you have to decide as a board to what extent you can deal with the logistics of enforcing the current regulations on facility use by outside individuals.
Dr. Adams, could you do a cost analysis on what you think it might, not tonight, because we're going to go bring this back, what it would cost and what it would cost us, not us, the groups to use the facilities? Because you're going to have to come up with a figure for how many custodians, overtime, cleaning the playground, watching that they're 6 feet apart, making sure their masks on. We need people to staff that. Can you come up with some sort of general cost of what it would cost in the meantime?
I can come up with a per hour cost for custodial overtime and double time, because we're talking about outside of the normal school hours. We would also have to come up with overtime, double time for our security. And that raises the question that we just need to consider as well, that $35,000 cap is going to come in a whole lot faster if we are employing some of our security guards to monitor these kind of events happening on school grounds while school is closed during the summer. So we don't normally have too many employees, security employees that would be earning toward this cap at this time of year, but that could be quite a few at this point.
So if I can add one other piece, here, and again, this is something that I've done in other districts, and you may have done in your district in connection with a lease. Some school districts, when they lease real property, for example, a closed school, they ask to put in the lease that the tenant will pick up the cost of the grounds maintenance, for example, and other types of maintenance, so that the school board knows that the field and the outside of the property will be maintained in a similar fashion to all other school buildings. What you can do, and again, I'm not suggesting you do it, but I'm just letting you know one of the options you'd have is in connection with a facilities use permit, you would have the option of, as you're describing, coming up with what it would cost for, by way of example, the proper cleanup at the end of the event. And if you pass that along to the permit holder, which you're permitted to do, you may end up with having it cleaned the way you want it cleaned with the materials you want used at no cost to you, but passed off to the permit holder. That's an option you have, not a requirement.
Okay, and I think Jackie, you had more questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Linda, isn't one of the fields or both of the fields that are least being used? I mean, I was under the assumption that those fields were being used, indoor buildings and other buildings.
The two leaseholders that they are utilizing the field. We,
Okay, so what I'm saying is we're talking about a moot point right now. We're all talking about the least fields, but the least fields are being used.
correct.
Okay, Eileen, you understand what I'm saying? So we're all talking about the least. Please don't take this the wrong way, guys, but we're all talking about the least fields, and I've seen kids on the least fields playing. So that's why I'm saying to you guys, I don't know what you're all talking about. This is a complete moot point. We
But they
open
were
the fields
asked,
for the,
Wait,
no,
wait.
we open the fields for the least people. We are under the same obligation, and yet because they have a lease, we're taking them on their word that they're going to do what they're stating they're going to do. No offense to all of you, but none of you even knew that they were on the field. I knew because I've seen the kids on the field because I have kids that age. But I understand, like you guys, you didn't know they were on the field. So you're talking about utilizing the fields and they were already being utilized. So now you don't want to give people permits, and these are cheaper, smaller, what are they called? Programs that some of these people utilize, and it may be the only thing the kids do. This may be the only thing a kid does. A kid may only play soccer with this league because their friends are in this league. A kid may only do track because their friends are in this league. A kid may only do little league with this league because it's all their parents can afford. Whatever the case may be, we shouldn't have the right to tell people that their kids can't play little league sports. If the governor's saying that they can, I just don't understand it. And no offense, but you guys are so removed if the leased properties are all being used by Little League.
Okay, Jackie, I did know. I live down the block. I see one of the fields being used all the time, so I did know, which is why I kept reiterating the fact about the lease versus the permit holders. I'm concerned about that because of our responsibility. Right now, I don't know. I mean, Don, if you're still on the phone, jump in. How are we monitoring that to make sure that they're practicing the proper protocols?
I thought, Don, that you asked them to leave the fields.
We have asked them to leave the fields. I've spoken to Steve Smith on a number of occasions. But the question has, as the board is asking tonight, which has been unclear for us also, and Mr. Stefano is going to inquire, is the difference between the lease and the permit. The permit has been abundantly clear on our end. We have on the security end, we have been unclear about the versus the lease. But I have on a Saturday and Sunday have had conversations with Steve and have asked them to leave the property as it pertains to Duffield, that being the playgrounds and things of that nature, not just there, but in general around the district, other organizations also. So it's a bigger question, and we do need guidance from our end.
Yep. So Gary, if you could get us that ASAP, because this is definitely an issue that some kids are. Wait, Jackie, let me finish. Gary, there are some kids that are on these, these premises playing. Other kids are seeing them. They're not allowed to play because they're not allowed on Duffield, but we're letting them on the leased property. So we really need to get that guidance ASAP.
Okay, we'll get you something on it tomorrow. I wasn't aware of the question, but I also would ask that somebody over there, it would be helpful if they could just send a copy of the lease for the properties or property that you're speaking about, so I can tell you.
I think there's another lease in.
Eileen, why don't you let Linda talk? Because Linda sent us an email that shows that they could use, that the lease was allowed. This is all, I feel like we're all going backwards. Linda, didn't we have this discussion and the lease showed that it was different and Lisa spoke? I feel like we're going backwards.
Yes.
The permits were one thing, the leases were another.
Correct.
Linda spoke, we got emails. The emails stated that the lease people, some of the police people decided that they wanted to wait, or whatever the case was. They have to do whatever they have to do to make the fields. They have to follow guidelines. End of story. And as
Right, but we're responsible, according to what Gary's saying now, and again, we don't know the difference between the lease and the permit, is that we're responsible for enforcing those guidelines. So I need to know if that's for the lease too, because if it's for the lease too, then we shouldn't be allowing that either. You're right. We should be doing the same for everyone.
But why don't you let Linda speak? Because Linda's the
Go
one
ahead,
that
Linda.
sent us
Absolutely,
she has
go ahead.
the information.
Okay, let her speak.
Yeah, originally the legal guidance, now remember, everything is evolving, so things change over time. Originally, the legal guidance was that the leaseholders needed to create their own COVID plan in order to safeguard the people that are on their facilities or in their facilities. So for example, we lease to BOCES at our Prem site. They have their own COVID pandemic program. They are responsible for that. So we did stop CYA from returning to play because we demanded their return to play protocols and their COVID safety plan. And they did not have one as of when there was going to be a tournament on the site. So that tournament was actually canceled, and they have since put in an appropriate return to play COVID pandemic plan. So that is why they returned to play. But we were told originally by legal guidance that that's different than the permit, because the permit is us giving temporary utilization to an external organization, not that we've transferred that utilization to a leaseholder. So that was the original guidance. That may have changed because, as I said, we get updated guidelines all the time. But that was the original guidance. We did mandate that they had a return to play plan, and they've since provided that. This is really about permitting people to utilize our facilities that we are completely responsible for. CYA was responsible for maintaining their property, making sure that they're keeping the people safe on their property through their plan. We are still responsible for all of the grounds that are under our auspices and our responsibility right now. And it's really up to the board to decide, what you want to do. If you want to, begin using permits again, which is what Mr. Stefanetta, has said earlier today. They've given you legal guidance multiple times, and we do have in place permits that we can revoke those permits if they're not doing the right thing. The legal guidance is that we're responsible for ensuring both the general public and permit holders comply with state and local guidance on health and safety protocols. So it does put us in a situation where we're going to have to police it, which means we're going to have security, which means the organization is going to have to pay for it. But the organization is going to have to also pay for custodial services. They can use the appropriate, but it's completely up to the board to decide whether or not you want to reopen field permits.
But we have to, go ahead, sorry.
Sorry, Lee. But does that mean that when you say permit holders have to pay for the custodial, and this is my question, do leaseholders have to pay for that as well? Because we're still responsible for that cleaning, even though they have a plan in place, if they don't do it.
It didn't say that we were as a leaseholder. That was never part of the legal guidance. And I think that's what.
Well, that's what Gary's looking into. I didn't see. The only thing I saw legal guidance for was permit holders, not leaseholders. And that seems to be where the issue is. Correct, Jackie?
I think Jackie just wants to discuss permit holders.
No, the issue is leaseholders are playing. Leaseholders are using their leases and they're back on the fields. We are in stage 4. Their kids are playing.
Right, Jackie, that's what I just said.
So I personally want a motion to give the permits back to the people that we gave them back to, with strict guidelines that they have to follow. If they don't follow them, then their permits will be revoked. If anyone wants to second it, great. If you don't, I just want it to be public and I want it on the record. I'm voting to do that.
I would want
To do that,
You have to find out what it's going to cost, because it's a gift of public funds. If the
pay for
district
it.
taxpayers can't pay for
That's where
that.
the problem comes in. We don't have to do that. You could also just make that part of the permit. You could say in their permit, you could write on the permit, and I'm sure Gary could tell us if this is, but you should be able to write in a permit that these are the new COVID guidelines that you'd have to follow or lose your permit. You have to have somebody clean the porta potties or not have them open. You have to have.
So let's
only
get the
two-
guidance from the legal by tomorrow. For that, let's get the pricing. Let's get the leaseholders versus permit holders, and then we can revisit it. We can have another meeting before August
The
28th.
problem is the next meeting is August 25th.
We can
What we're
call
saying-
another meeting before that, Jackie.
And we
I
can't rely on
apologize.
them.
I apologize. And what I'll do is I'll get together with John early in the AM, and maybe him and I come up with pricing for snow fencing around the new playground equipment, so that becomes a non-entity, and we talk to the permit holders about what that would cost. So playgrounds do not come into do not factor in. Just a thought.
Okay.
Thank
Okay,
you,
that's
Don.
great
That would
too.
be
Thank you,
great.
Don. Lee, did
Right,
you have
but-
any more questions? Because I cut you off before, and then Mark, I cut you off as well.
Just have to say, I understand where you're coming from, Jackie. We all want them to play. However, we can put anything in their lease. We can put anything in their permit. We are still liable as a school district for anything that goes on with the property, no matter what we put in their lease.
But the least
I'm
kids
just telling you.
are playing. Okay, but listen to me. The kids
It's not
are
a debate.
are
Lee
playing.
has the floor.
The least kids are playing.
Jessica
I
to mute you
understand,
both.
Eileen, but you guys have to
Well,
start to
bullying-
realize what you're saying is
Jackie.
not
Let
true.
Lee finish her
No,
thought,
I'm
and then you
talking
can
loudly. There's a big difference between bullying, please.
speak. Nobody's bullying. Lee has
Let's
the
get a
floor,
grip.
and then you
Let's
can
get a
speak
grip
again.
tonight. Let's at
Lee.
least pay
I'm very
attention.
calm.
But we should
Lee.
pay attention and know what's going on.
All right,
The
I'm gonna
least people
end
on
this
lease are
conversation then,
playing.
and we're gonna mute you in a minute. Lee, finish with your
No
question,
offense,
and then
nobody-
Jackie, you can answer it.
Everyone's acting like this is the first conversation. This is like the
We know it's
fifth
not-
time
no
we
one's acting
discussed
that
it.
way, Jackie.
And
Look,
I
we're
hate
not
to
gonna
say
argue
it, but
now.
I
It's
seem to
11.
be
It's
I seem
midnight.
to be one of the only people that's listening to
Jackie,
the
that's
public
not
at all.
true. Jackie, that's not true.
We're all
It's
listening to the
midnight though,
public.
and people are getting a little tired. I want everybody to finish their thought and then someone else talk. That's all I'm asking. Let's follow Robert's rules. Lee has the floor right now. When she's done speaking, then you have the floor again. But we did cut off Mark somewhere in there, so Mark has to get to speak too. So Lee, finish your thought, and then Jackie, you can respond, and then Mark.
All I'm saying is, no matter what we do, no matter what we write, the school district, at the end of the day, based on everything that was said to us by legal counsel, we are still responsible. Unless we have our people check it, do it, take care of it. We are, and oversee that they're following the 6 feet, they're wearing their masks. All this has to be monitored by our staff, because we are responsible at the end of the day. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Jackie, you can respond, and then Mark, you can finish your thought.
Eileen, my biggest issue that you guys, and it's very frustrating, is Lee, you're saying to me as if you're not grasping this. The people with the leases are playing. Okay, we all understand this now.
Yes.
The leases are playing. Dr. Adams just told us. Like, I don't understand. And I'm telling you, I've seen it. So, and you've seen it, Eileen. So
Yes.
it's nothing. I'm happy they are. God bless the kids. They're getting out. They need fresh air. We cannot keep them in a bubble forever. Okay? This is the problem. We're talking about opening up a school. So we all got this crazy idea. We're going to open the school in September, but we won't let the kids play outside in August. Come on. Like, you guys are not, think about it a little bit. And I hate to be mean and say this, but while everybody, not everybody, but while a lot of people have been able to avoid getting COVID, I've been right in the middle of it, and no offense, but it's not an issue. Either you have to take precautions, and there have been people that have gotten it and it's been bad. And God bless the families that have been hurt by this. But you have to realize that at some point we have to teach the children that there's resilience in moving on a little bit. I mean, we're saying that we can go to restaurants indoors now. We're going to the beaches outdoors. And I mean, there's a lot of people on the beaches. You're seeing kids. We just did a graduation, but you're telling me we can't let little league kids play a soccer game, 8 kids. Give me a break. I don't mean to be rude. I think it's absurd. I think it's absurd that you can't have a kid hand off a baton to another kid. I think it's absurd that a kid can't hit a T-ball off a tee. They're little kids that need to get out. We are holding back children because of what? Because we keep saying it's liability. Okay, just so you all know, we're already liable for the people that have the leases, just as long as we all understand that. Because this conversation has been very frustrating to me, because you guys keep saying that it seems like people are talking as if they don't have the leases. And Linda just told us they have the leases and are utilizing them.
Can I just say one last thing?
Okay.
So if I can just respectfully call the board's attention to a client memo that we issued late this afternoon that covers a number of frequently asked questions. Several of them, I think questions 8 through 11, and the answers are directly on point with the topic we've been discussing just now. It's important really to review them. And again, as has been pointed out by many people many different times tonight, these rules can change by tomorrow morning. The advice I'm giving you about it's currently under the guidelines, the district's responsibility with regard to open use by community members or permit holders. That's the current state of the guidance and rules. I don't know about the issue with regard to people that are using property fields on premises that are leased. I don't know if it's still ultimately the school district's responsibility or not. And as I say, I'll get that answer tomorrow.
Thank you, Gary. Mark, did you have anything to add?
No, I just want to wait for Gary's answer. If the people leasing the field are responsible for it and they're supposed to pay for it, great. And the people that we give the permits to, if we charge them to use it, that's fine too, because the lease is different than a permit. I just want to understand the difference. I agree with Jackie. They got to be able to play. So if they're different or if they're the same, then we have to charge both leagues for the cleanup, because we have to be responsible for cleaning it up. That's all.
Right. Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, I just have one last question.
Okay,
If
Marilyn.
you're talking about kids playing soccer, there's no 6 feet social distancing there. What sports are we talking about using the fields?
I think at this point, it doesn't matter what sports are until we hear from legal tomorrow. And then we can talk about the different sports and you know, how we follow the guidelines and what our responsibility is as a district.
No sports are 6 feet. Even the CYA baseball, they're not 6 feet apart. When you got a guy on first baseman, they're right next to each other.
Right.
When you got a batter up the box, the plate, the catch is right behind them. They're not 6 feet apart.
Right.
So I
Then
don't
they
have
have to
those,
wear masks. Then they have to wear a mask. No, they
I don't know.
guidelines.
No sport
I don't
that's
have those
6 feet
guidelines.
apart.
I don't have those guidelines in front of me, but I thought that those guidelines, and the superintendent may know this off the top of her head, but I thought those guidelines, when it's being used for an activity, that there are circumstances during play when the kids are not wearing a mask, and they may be closer than 6 feet. Because clearly, if you're playing baseball, at some point, if you're lucky enough, you're crossing home plate and there's a catcher waiting for you. So I
Yeah, they
think there
weren't
are.
wearing them, Gary, the other day when I went. They weren't wearing masks. They had only in the dugout. Only in the
Yes.
dugout do they have.
Yes,
Correct.
and I believe, Jackie, that that's consistent with Department of Health guidelines, is that during play, they're not, but if they go to the dugout, they are wearing masks. But again, someone can look into that under the Department of Health regs.
Right. And on that note, we're going to move on. That was a lot. What's next? Oh, public comment. Jesse?
Hi.
I know there were a lot of questions that we had sent in that were answered throughout our questions and presentations. Hopefully we can be able to skip those because those answers were already provided. So with that, can you start reading some of the questions?
Sure. I will mention that while some while there was a lot discussed, especially there's quite a few questions on the reopening plan, and just kind of what the schedule like is going to be for the fall, there are some like specific questions that just weren't addressed. So I am going to read those off just.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I just interrupt Betsy for a second? Since we're going to put together a survey for the entire community and thereby create an FAQ for everyone, if it would be okay with the board, if I could take these individual questions and put them on the FAQ, that way we don't have to go through, there's individual questions on the reopening plan. I think it might be, at least we could get to some of the other questions, because we will be getting more of those questions from the entire community as well.
I think we should do it for all the questions.
I like that, Linda. If you could put all of them online, I think that'd be great.
I'm okay with all of them online tonight because it's midnight. So that's 3. Is that good?
Okay, so you want me to answer all the questions, not just the one related to the reopening plan? We can put all of these in the Board of Education.
Only because it's already midnight and we still have a lot of business to get through.
Okay, I will do that.
Were there questions that were not related to school opening?
Yes.
Yeah.
You got the whole list. But she's going to answer all of them.
I will answer all of them and put them in the Board of Education library.
Okay, perfect. All right, so then we're going to move to financial matters approval. Let me go back to this thing. There are no financial matters today. Recommended action for personnel matters, Schedule 1. There was some amendments. Linda?
Yes.
There were some amendments. I'd like to know on these amendments, were they amended for later dates? And just some of them I see that, I don't know if they were later dates or earlier dates, or does that cost the district money? Does that, why are we amending these?
So one of the amendments is because there was a typo on the.
Well, we have 3A, we have 4A, we have C.
So one of the first one is an amendment due to a typo. The second one is amended, they requested to retire earlier.
Earlier, not later, okay.
And the other one amended due to the original date being June 30th, 2020, and chose to retire after the summer date.
So after the date, that's the problem I have. How does that affect us?
I believe this person is working for us as part of the ESY program and helping us out in the summer.
Okay, all right, then I'm okay with those. Anybody else have any questions on Schedule 1? Oh, wait, I have to say, a motion and a second to discuss personnel matters, Schedule 1? Yes, I didn't do that. I need a motion and a second to discuss Schedule 1, resignations, terminations, and leaves of absences. Mylene, you didn't help me out there.
Sorry, I just caught it. You caught it before me.
Okay.
But I'll motion.
And I'll second. I just already did my discussion. Does anyone else have any discussion on Schedule 1?
Aye.
No, not I. Do you have any discussion?
No, I said no.
Oh, okay. All right, so then I'll take a motion to accept Schedule 1. Motion and a
Aye.
second?
You did that already.
No.
All in favor, all in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Mark? I think he's
Aye.
saying aye. Okay. I need a motion and a second to discuss and then vote on Schedule 2 appointments, 10-year salary changes.
I'll make a motion, but you did that with the amendment?
Yeah, as amended.
As amended, correct. I'm sorry, thank you. A motion as amended.
I'll motion.
And
I'll
that
second.
motion. Okay, Jackie seconds. Anybody have any discussion? So we removed the one part.
Or eight.
Okay, so I have a question. We have some, I don't know how to say this. I can say it without a name. There's an interim. I want to know why the position hasn't been sent out for hiring.
Yes, the interim, you said you don't want to, you want to save money on insurance. Is that the one? On health insurance?
It's 1A.
My computer, I can't get on, I can't do it. I can't get on.
So the interim that's in place right now is a well-known commodity throughout the Suffolk County region for the type of education that he's part of. Has provided us with services that other districts were originally paying per diem to have him come in while the new standards are being transitioned. We thought moving forward with what's going on with the COVID crisis, this would probably not be the best time to have someone meet and deal with a whole new staff that's being repurposed into different places, our program being kind of up in the air at this moment. And we also have a few individuals that are actually in that department who he's working on mentoring to potentially be able to step into our program, which is pretty unique and amazing. So we thought having an internal candidate might be a positive thing for the district.
Okay. My other question is, are we approving chaperones? We're not going anywhere. Why do we have chaperones? For what activity? And on G, letter G.
So that's really a standard practice that we do every year, just in case anything happens. We may still have, graduation. We may still have things that we have our kids in different situations for, and we would not have to reappoint those people. It would just be automatic. And
So they will not get paid unless they perform a chaperoning activity.
Correct.
Okay. H, we suspended all of it.
Correct.
All right. My last one, and hopefully maybe Don's still on here. J. Why aren't those under the contract instead of the school district?
Because they work for us. So all of our current security guards, that's what we're talking about right now.
Yep.
They are employed by the district. So all of our unarmed security guards are employed by the district. This is part of their uniform allowance. And the reason why some have zeros is because they weren't working for us for that period of time. So this is uniform allowance for these folks for the 18, 19, and 19, 20 school years.
Okay, so my question is, why are they working for us and not Don?
Because they've always worked for us.
Okay, but now things are changing, and why do we have that liability? No offense, Don, but they should be, if Don's hiring them and he's doing all the backgrounds, they should be under Don, not under us.
The new armed guards will be under covert, but the district has always done the unarmed security guards as employees of the district.
I always say, just because something's always been done one way doesn't mean it's the right way. I'd like to discuss this with Don in executive because it does personnel. So Jesse, could you please add that to the next meeting? I'd like to know the pros and cons of having them on our payroll versus his payroll.
Still paying for it. Either way, you're paying Don.
Yeah, but we don't always have the liability then, Lee. We would save on insurance that way. There's other cost factors
Get
that I want to
insurance.
discuss. Yeah.
They don't get insurance.
I'm not talking about health insurance, Lee. I'm talking about insurance.
We would still be liable because they're working in the district.
Okay, well, it's a discussion. There's a lot of questions I have on that. So I'd like to add that for a discussion for executive. And then I did ask this during our agenda meeting,
last year we had a bunch of people that had, they were waiting on certifications. I asked, I think twice, to find out if those people had gotten their certifications. I saw it. I mean, none of them here we're approving tonight are, waiting certifications, but I'd like to know about the ones from last year. Did they all get them?
The subs?
Yeah.
So if they didn't get their certification, their pay scale is, I believe it's $50 a day, and we're only allowed to use them 30 days, except in the pandemic, they've actually allowed us to use them a longer amount of time. If they didn't get the certification, they would have been dropped off of our ability to use them within 2 months or so.
Okay, so wait, you just said in the pandemic, we were allowed to use them longer, but there was no teachers in school to have a substitute.
Correct. It's a school year, not an annual.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
I'm sorry, they mean moving forward. So moving forward into the fall, because they know that there's going to be a difficult time getting substitutes, you're allowed to use uncertified substitutes. We generally do not use uncertified substitutes in Connect Live.
Okay. For longer than 30 days.
No, we usually don't employ them at all.
Okay. But every year we've approved a couple of them. All right.
Yeah, but they're pending, not that they're not going to get it.
All right. I don't have any more questions. Does anyone else have any more questions on Schedule 2? No? Okay, I need all in favor for Schedule 2? Appointments, tenure, salary changes.
Aye.
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 Mark and Lee.
I said aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, next up is the consent agenda. I need a motion and a second to approve items 2 through 18 for discussion first.
Motion.
I'll motion.
Second.
Okay, Lee and Mylin. Any discussion?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So I was looking at the budget transfer.
Good. My questions too, Mylin. Go ahead.
Okay, and so two things that kind of stood out. So one transfer was the $206,000 for the curriculum assistant superintendent for instruction. So when I was asking for the board and for the district to consider getting the virtual 3D table, I had to jump through hoops. The board had to jump through hoops. Everybody had to jump through hoops to get this piece of equipment for our students. And I was told we couldn't take the money from here, we couldn't take the money from there. But how is it that we can take money from PPE and pay for a salary?
Linda, you want to answer that?
Because Mylin, the table is equipment. In order to have enough money for equipment, it needed to come from an equipment code. You could not take supplies and put that money into equipment code. So that's the biggest difference.
But we're taking PPE supplies to pay for a salary.
Yeah, it's supplies. So supplies can be transferred. Equipment can only be transferred out. You can't transfer money into equipment codes.
So there was no way to find money for the 3D table, but other than taking it from an equipment code?
Yeah, that's general municipal law. If it's in an equipment code, it can stay. That's a contingent expense. So, but you cannot move equipment. You cannot move money into equipment. You can only move money out of equipment.
Okay, and then the second question is that we have it here, transfer the budget to cover the cost for the potential CNA services in case the district might hire an agency to do the temperature screenings. There's $10,000 put there.
Mm-hmm.
That is what Mrs. Santo was speaking about earlier. Just in case, I'm going to allow her to speak about it.
Yes, that is true. Because of the dictates to have a isolation room for students that may present with the symptoms, we needed to ensure supervision to that room. So if we were not able to hire hygiene aides, I had recommended to the superintendent that we have contracted with agencies that have CNA. Those are nurse assistants, certified nursing assistants. So that money is just, it's not committed, it's encumbered in case we have to move in that direction. Those are already board approved contractors.
Okay, and just going back to bringing up what Mark's point was earlier, how much was one thermometer scan cost?
Okay, actual thermometer or the body scan, I'm sorry? Or did you say body scan or thermometer?
The thermometer scan.
Okay, the actual thermometer are the ones that we had purchased originally were $79.95. They did not prove to be as efficient as we had hoped. So we changed products and it was approximately $89. The body scan, the actual full body equipment, I saw ranges from $35,000 to $3,500. We were, so said before, we were looking at proximity as far as how many points of contact we need, how many staff members we would need to man those stations. We looked at the individual temperature taking with thermometers, and we concluded that the impact on instructional time would be significant because of the turnover of traffic, even on an abbreviated schedule. So that was the least favorable option. And then as we were contemplating which option to take, the dictates were received and the superintendent reviewed that with you. But we did look at those options. Oh, and then similarly, I had also investigated contractors to pay hourly wages if we did not have the staff to actually take temperatures that could staff, but that would be an exorbitant cost for the district. Even if we were to recycle, so to speak, I had planned on staffing secondary in the morning. And if you average 6 people at the high school floor at each of the respective middle schools, and then have them transfer to the elementary schools for their opening, it's still thousands of dollars a week. So we can outline those options for you, but they were looked at. And then the final determinant was the most recent dictates from the recommendations from the state.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Mylene, what were you saying though? So you're taking temperatures based on what it cost? I don't understand why you ask these questions now. Why didn't you ask them before? I don't get that.
Because there was a budget transfer for $10,000, so I was asking about it.
No, I'm talking about the temp machine. I didn't understand why you were bringing up that.
No, because I was curious that there was a price that was floated around before about the temperature, I guess, thermal scan.
The price is about $3,500. I think the guy said he would do a free demonstration. That's what I said earlier. And I couldn't understand why we didn't do a free demonstration just to look at it.
Gotcha. You did make valid points earlier, Mark.
Well, I see all of a sudden, a couple hours later, you bring up other points. I didn't understand why you didn't do that earlier. So I think a free demonstration's a free demonstration.
I didn't argue your point earlier, Mark. You made a good presentation.
She's agreeing with
Okay,
you,
no, I'm
Mark.
not looking. I'm just, it just threw me off a little bit.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions before I go?
I'm good.
Okay. All right, so the first question I have is on the budget transfers. Mylene brought up some good questions, but I have a couple more. Last year, I asked for the full transfer list in a spreadsheet. I got pages of 2 here, 3 there, 4 here. I wanted the full list in each category. So I'm still waiting for the 1920 list. Please do that this year. Also keep one spreadsheet for for 2021, but I would still like to see the 1920 list. I also want to see the final appropriations. Is that done yet? It should be. We haven't been able to go to school to spend any money. So I'd like to see the final appropriation. And the $10,000, I would like to, I don't know, I'm not real comfortable with putting that encumbered in that right now. I mean, it's from supplies to contractual, but I don't think, I'm not really comfortable doing that. So I'd like to pull that one for a separate vote. That's on that. Jesse, will you
Which
pull
one
that
are
for a
you-
separate? That one transfer, the PPS supplies, the $10,000 Mylin was just talking about.
Okay.
Because I don't think that we need someone else to take temperatures if we can buy machines, but
Wait,
anyway.
I'm a little, wait, Eileen, I'm a little confused on that. I thought that was to buy the equipment for the nurses for the individual buildings to have the capability to do the
No,
temperature checks.
This looks like it's to hire CNAs, a CNA service.
No, excuse
To have
me.
an outside agency, it says to contract to hire an agency to do temperature screenings.
No, okay, that was to monitor, but it's really to staff the, that's inaccurate. It's not complete.
So then I'm definitely not approving it because it's inaccurate.
No, well, I will apologize and I will take ownership for that. What it is
No,
that.
that's okay. I don't know if I want to hire an outside agency.
No, yes, I only put that in.
We
the-
should have looked before we went through. That's what I'm
Right.
trying to say.
Yes,
Right,
but
so
what I'm saying is, ladies and gentlemen, that we're just confusing the rules. This is to staff the isolation room. The isolation room must be supervised by someone who can work under the direction of the registered nurse. So that's.
Okay,
what
so
we're
then,
confusing the
so then
rules.
the transfer, if the transfer is wrong, it has to be pulled and be put in correctly.
No, okay, the transfer is not wrong. The verbiage should be
The
clear.
verbiage.
Yes, and I will rectify that. But
Okay,
it's
so then,
nothing to do with-
Jesse, can you pull that one off the transfer list until the next meeting? Until the verbiage is correct?
If they were
Thank you,
in
Gail.
the isolation room, they could take a temperature, but it's to supervise the isolation room in each building, should we not be able to hire a health aide.
Okay, thank you, Gail. I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
Jesse, you got that? I don't know if you heard me.
I did, yes.
Okay, thank you. I put my glasses down. I can't find them. Okay. That was the budget transfers. Next one I have is Linda, number 11. What is GB Language Contracted Service Agreement? Can you explain what that means?
I can explain that one.
Thank you.
We hire interpreters. It's another service for us to be able to access for our communications with our parents of our ENL students when we have any conferences or meetings. And they're also used by special education as well.
Okay.
CSEs.
Thank you, Dean. Number 14. Mylin, this one you could jump in with me on. The superintendent of school recommends the Board of Education approve the award extension of the bid for $677,000 to Whitson's, almost $678,000. We asked a million times, Mylin and I asked about this co-op. A million times for the 2 years that I've been on the board. Has anyone looked into the co-op yet? Because Sachem is making money. People are borrowing, they're doing budget transfers from their food service to other codes. So we are losing money every year. I would like to look into seriously the co-op this year. Within the next month, or two, to get it where our food service, when we go back to school, we make a profit as well. Mylin, do you agree? Okay, maybe she doesn't.
Yes, I absolutely agree. Yes, I absolutely agree. I thought when we spoke, you and I had that meeting with the consortium
Right.
director.
So now this is
or-
another, yeah, go ahead.
I thought she made some valid points. Again, I understand that this is a sales pitch. But she did make some vital points. Again, going back to what you're saying with Sachem, yeah, they're actually making money and handing it back over to the district. So I
Right.
don't understand why there is a delay that we cannot entertain that. Sachem is actually bigger than us, and if they can successfully put that together, we really have no reason why we couldn't be successful
No.
in that as well.
Right. And here's my concern. Now we're going to approve this for another year, and there's another year that we don't have a co-op. So I'd like to pull the number 14 for a separate vote.
Now, the last meeting was the first time I have ever been aware of any interest in joining a co-op. I know that.
Well, that's not my fault. That would be Linda for not communicating that, because we've been talking about it for 2 years.
Okay. Next, it is also at this point a month before we begin the new school year, and also from March until the school year ended, which Child Nutrition had us do 100% completely free meals for every student in the district. Whitson's was there every other day to provide meals from 6 a.m. until 2 p.m. for the entire district. They went above and beyond to be there every single day to make things happen.
I think there was a lot of our food service workers that did that, but Whitson's has a couple of people that come in, but it's mostly our food service workers, what we hire.
Correct, but on the
Right.
back end of sure that all materials are there and everything else is with them. So it would be very difficult. I have reached out to Sachem. I have reached out to the Long Island School Nutrition, or whatever the acronym is, directors about the co-op. Everyone is obviously very pulled into a million different directions right now and trying to figure out reopening plans for their own district. So it's extremely hard to hop on phone calls. So at this point, it's much too late to get this going in whatever steps you would have to take for this school year.
I would actually like to amend their contract then and do it maybe for a quarter of a year at this point, until we can find out more information. I don't want to give them a full year contract, so I'm going to pull that for a separate vote. That's my thing there. Jesse, just pull that for a separate vote. If it goes through, it goes through. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Okay.
From what I understand, it is a lengthy process to merge into that concept. And Bridget, I believe you had mentioned that you're aware of this program.
Yes, but I'm also aware that in order to join a co-op, you have to have a food service director, and our food service manager is a part of Whitson. So that's another layer that I'm investigating.
Right, Linda, you knew this though. Before Bridget made all these phone calls, we should have filled her in on the background a little. We knew that.
To try to make it happen. And I my own personal and professional opinion right now is this is not the year to try to get into co-op. We have no idea what the year's going to bring as far as intermittent closures, as far as anything along those lines.
Well, that's the problem with kicking the can down the road, because now this is the third year Mylin and I have been asking about this, and it's been kicked down the road. And every year there's something else that comes up that says, oh, well, we already approved the contract, or we already did this. So we have to start somewhere.
I
Again,
totally
you know what?
agree with you.
You know
And
what?
Nancy Padron did give us our presentation. I want to say it was in December, which is about 2 weeks after our current business official began. And then we closed down in March. So when the RFP would have need to go out, when all those kind of other things would have need to happen, we weren't. So I understand that we've been talking about this. We did
For
have
2 years
by Nancy Padron in December of last year. And really, it didn't go anywhere after that.
No, because the can got kicked down the road. All right, it does. Listen, I don't want to fight with anybody. The meeting has been very nice and pleasant. I want to get through this. I just would like to pull that for a separate vote. Most likely, it'll go through. I would like to pull it for a separate vote because I want to vote differently.
Well,
Number
Eileen, just to give some pause on this. I understand that we're in precarious times right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I would advocate to sign one more year And that will allow Bridget to,
Mylin, I'm sure it's gonna go through. I just want to, listen, $677,000 as a cost when we're always in the red. It's just my opinion that I would like to vote on it differently because I think that we should have done it 2 years ago. That's my opinion. I know it's going through, it's fine. I don't have a problem with it. I'm just saying I would like to pull it for a separate vote and I'm gonna move on. Number 16.
wait, I just want to ask one question since we're on that topic for 1 second. So
Sure.
roughly, we lost almost $400,000 last year in addition to paying the 675. So am I looking at 1 million or am I still looking at almost
That's
a
a good question.
$400,000 loss?
We are not looking at a $1 million loss. No.
No, is it $1 million expense?
It,
$677,000 plus the loss. Is that $1 million expense? That's what she's asking.
now I
I'm
understand.
assuming that the 675 was incorporated to the expenses and the net was the 300, almost $400,000 loss.
Correct.
So
I will
what's the
provide that
total cost?
tomorrow
Yeah.
in its own sheet.
I didn't
will
hear
break
that.
down for you. I'll break
Okay.
that down for you in its own Excel spreadsheet.
Thank you, Bridget. All right,
I
number
will send that to you
16.
tomorrow.
Number 16, this is the masks. I happen to agree with Mark. I'd like to pull this for a separate vote. I think that we need more bids. I don't think we need a logo. I don't think we need to spend an extra $2 per mask for 5,000 masks. You know, we're talking about a lot of money here now for logos. Identification purposes. We all got little badges that go around our neck. The kids got student IDs. We don't need a little logo on the mask. Kids are going to lose them with our logos. Other people are going to walk around. You know, listen, they want to buy it on their own. Let them buy it on their own. We don't need to spend the extra money on a logo when we have other things that we could be using that money for. So, Jesse, please pull number 16 for a separate vote.
What is the price without the logo?
We don't have one.
We never got one. That's what I was more upset about. And I also was trying to. There's Clear Mask, which to me teachers would probably benefit from, because when a student sees the teacher's expressions and facial, part of teaching is seeing the teacher's faces, and also the students when they can see each other. I think it's a little bit of a Clear Mask, but there was never mentioned, and I just think we didn't do enough proper investigating on what's the best thing for them. I just think I don't know. Clear Mask, I looked it up. I went online and looked up some things about it. It actually has a lot of good things about it.
Yeah,
You know, Mark, I never heard of a Clear Mask. That's pretty interesting.
I've seen them actually. They're in Sam's Club.
They're unbelievable. You can see the person, so it's not like you can see their expressions. It's not changing some of the things that students are used to when the teacher's looking at you, the eye contact, the facial expression, even for students to talk to each other. When you're covering your face, it's tough to really read what the person is saying and stuff, or what he's trying to say across with his facial expression.
Okay, that's all I have. Does anybody else have anything?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Lee?
I'm good.
Jackie?
All good.
Okay, so I need a motion and a section, no, I need an all in favor for items. Hold on. 2, no, not 2. We're pulling that budget transfer. Part of that. How do we do that part?
2 as
Do that one as 2 as amended?
You have to take the items -2 and you're calling 2 for a separate vote. So I would take 2 and call for the separate vote now,
Okay.
and then vote on the remaining items.
Well, 2 is going to be the amended vote. Okay. So we'll pull out number 2. We're voting on number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15.
Wait, let me ask you something.
15
I
is
thought, hold
as
on.
amended as well. 15 is as amended as well.
What's that?
15 is as amended as well, as we discussed in exec.
Okay, we're still pulling that for a separate vote. So 15 is separate.
No, it wasn't 15, 16.
Oh, 15 is,
15
so
is as
not
amended.
15. Okay. So Jesse, that's 12, 13, 14. Then we're pulling that separately. So 17 and 18. Okay. Can I get an all in favor for those items? I'll
Aye.
make aye.
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 Okay, that's all in favor. Now for item number 2, I'll go back. Item number 2.
Read, say what number 2 is, please, because I don't have my board
Number
docs
2
up.
is the budget transfers. I would like to make a motion to table that until the proper verbiage is put on.
Just for that
Okay.
one transfer though.
Can you do that right now?
So
Gail?
for the one transfer, so as amended, I'd like to vote for it with that one item tabled.
I thought the budget transfer was gonna have the correct verbiage.
Right, that one item needs the correct verbiage.
Can
So,
Gail
I mean-
provide that verbiage right now? I thought Gail provided it before.
Yeah, Gail, just do it now so we can get moving on that one.
Okay, we can do it as amended then.
Okay, so Gail will provide that for Jesse and we'll do it as amended.
Okay, and the correct verbiage is what?
It's to contract for the health services to monitor the isolation room if we cannot hire our own employees.
So it is for an outside service.
Right, to monitor that room.
Right.
That's
if
what
we
you-
cannot-
that's
if we
what you
cannot
said it
hire
was.
employees, This was for health services in order to monitor the isolation room if we cannot hire our own employees.
With everything that's going on, when we have spare teachers to be able to
Oh.
do it, or
You don't
No,
have
the
spare
isolation room
teachers.
needs to be done by a health professional.
teachers, I mean, and stuff.
In that room, Mark, it would be children that have symptoms.
Okay.
Okay.
Or adults.
All right, so
Or-
as amended, can I get an all in favor for number 2 as amended?
Aye.
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 Aye. All right, next one as amended would be, hold on. 14.
What?
No, that's a separate vote. Number 14 is just a separate vote. Can I get an
For?
all in?
For what?
Can I
Which
get-
one?
That is
14,
for the
food
Whitson's.
service management.
Okay.
I'm only gonna say yay, but with a stipulation that we start looking into the cooperative.
I'll say yes.
Lee, you are a yes as well? Lee,
already
what's
said
your
yes.
vote?
Yes, yes.
Jackie?
I'm a no.
Okay. I'm a no. Mark?
Can you say that one again, please? What is this for?
This is for the food service.
This year, we don't have time to play games.
If we don't have this contract, we would have to go out for an RFP, which could take.
I'm
months.
yes. I'm yes.
Thank you. Okay, so that's fine. The next one is 15 as amended in exec.
What's that one?
That is the
MOA.
MOA.
Unit.
That was the one I wasn't sure about, Lee, and then Linda explained what we did and we all said yes.
Yeah, I'll say yes then.
Okay, I'm gonna say yes to that as amended.
I'm a yes as amended.
I'm a yes.
Yes.
Okay. And number 16. That is for the reusable PPE face mask with the district logo. I'm a
I'm a
no.
no.
Okay, listen to this. I just went online and looked at those clear masks. They're pretty expensive.
That's if you don't get them wholesale, Lee.
That's a fake, Lee.
I'm a no. Lee, what is your vote? Mark is a no.
I'm a no. Jackie's a no.
All right, the motion fails. Mylin, what is your vote?
So we're not gonna provide PPE for staff? or
Not with the
te-
logo. I would rather them go out for bid again without the logo and for the disposables like Jackie was speaking about earlier.
They won already, so why bother?
Because you still have to
Out of
vote.
three, it
You
passed.
still have to vote. You still have to vote. The clerk needs to put something
Ira
down.
said yes.
Okay, Mylin?
Well, I'm gonna abstain, but I would like to see the prices on all variables.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And me too. That's what I want too. I would like to see the clear mask too. I think that's something we
Right,
should
well,
get.
that's why I said, that's why I said no, but and we can't all abstain. So, and that's it. Next is, we decided that public comment is gonna be written online because it is almost 1 a.m. So I would like to make a motion. Right, there's nothing else. Does anybody else have anything else to say? Any
No,
board members?
Nope, I'm good.
Good night.
Jackie? All right, wait, Mark, I gotta make the motion. I need a motion is a motion and a second to adjourn the Board of Ed meeting of July 28th, 2020.
Motion.
Motion. Second.
It's July 29th now.
Oh,
Whatever
yeah,
it
is.
is.
It's July 29th, but the meeting was of the 28th. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Good night, everyone. That was a great meeting. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good
Thank
night.
you.
Get home
Oh.
safe.
Good night, good night.